Let's do it, guys. I didn't know she's gone. Well, I have right here $2, two and a half, and two and a half. Very good now, two and a half. Very good $2 now, two and a half, and five. Very good five, 7.5, 10. Very good 2, 10, 12 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half. Very good 17 and a half, 215, 17, 50. So 215. Put them on Thalen number 2121. 210, 210, very good now, 12 and a half, very good 210, 12 and a half, very good 210, 12 and a half, and 210 now, 12 and a half, here, 12 and a half, very good feeling, 210, 2-1, just two. Anything you want to pray, let me know. I guess you already knew that. $2, two and a half, and two and a half, five, there to get 7.5, 10, there to get 210, 12 and a half, and 15, there to get 17 and a half, 20, there to get 222, and 4, there to get a 6 here, 8, 28, 30, 230, 230, and 230, there to get a 30, there to get 30, there to get 30, so 228, feeling 2-1. Back tag. That works. Never heard it that way, but that worked. Little boy calf right there, 250, 250, there to get 60, and 255, there to get 55, there to get 5, there to get 5, there to get 5, there to get 5, 250, and 50, there to get 250, there to get 5, and 55, there to get 55, there to get 5, there to get 5, 255, so 250, feeling 4. 210, 210, there to get 12 and a half, there to get 15, and 212 and a 15, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, there to get 5, and 27 and a half, there to get 30, there to get 230, there to get 30, there to get 30, and 230, there to get feeling 227 and a half, 2. She said he's real nervous about being short today. Can't believe it took him that long to get nervous. Yes, he has. Let's go, Bones. 220, 220, they're going to 2.5, they're going 220, 2.5, they're 220, 2.5, 5, and 7.5, 30, 230, 230, 230, 230, 230, and 30, they're going 2.5, and 230, 2.5, and 235, 7.5, they're going 7.5, Thielen, 235, Thielen, 2, 1, 2, 1. A yearling. Might be the one we see today. Couple more. Be a bad-eyed yearling right there now. $1.75 and 175, 80 and 180. Enter to get 175, 180, 180, 180, 180, and 185. Enter to get 5, enter to get 90, 195, and $2 here. Enter to get 2, 2.5, enter to get 5, and 202.5, 5, enter to get 202.5, 5, and 202.5, 5, enter to get Chamberlain 202.5, 0. Cripple. She don't travel right. Dollar pound 10, dollar 10, 20, and 120. There to get 110, 20, there to get 120, 30, 130, 40, 140, 50, 60, and 70, 170, 160, 170, and 70. There to get Terry, 160, number 9. $2, 2, and Hever. $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and again 2.5, and again 2, and $2 here, 2, and again 2 to 5, and again 2, and 2, and again 2, and again 2, pretty low okay here 2, and $2, and again 2, $1 a pound, $1.10, and 120, and 120, 130, 130, 40, 140, 50, 160, and 160, and again 160, and 60, KK 150, number 340. Good morning to you, sir. Who? Tall one. Is he okay? $2, 2.5, 202.5, 5, and 202.5, very good, 2.5, 5, very good, 205, and 202.5, very good, 5, very good, 205, very good, 5, very good, KK, 202.5, 3, 4, 5. Steer. 210, 210, there to get 10, there to get 10, and 12, there to get 210, 12, there to get 210, 12, Gary Jubed, 212, 14, there to get 14, 16, 18, there to get 20, there to get 222, there to get 4, and 4, 6, here, 8, 28, 30, 230, 230, 230, and 230, there to get 30, 30, 30, there to get Thielen, 228, number 6. Bull. $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5, better get 2.5, better get 202.5, and $2 here, 2, better get 2, better get 2, 2.5 here, Chariot, $2. 11. Right, she didn't need to send a picture of the bull. You didn't have a picture of the bull, did you? What do you bring? One what? Stare. 220, 222, dirty get 2, dirty get 2, dirty get $2, dirty get 4, 6, here, 8, 28, 30, and 232, 4, 34, 36, 38, 42, and 42, 242, 242, dirty get 2, 4, and 44, dirty get 44, and 42, 44, 44, dirty Thielen, 242, 26. Big old yarn steer here. They're to get 210 and 210. They're to get 10, 12. They're to get 210 now 12 and 210 now 12. They're to get 210 now 12. They're to get 12. They're to get 12. They're to get 210. Put them on 9. 39. 390. 390. She got it. I didn't. Yeah, but I've been down there a lot. I don't. heifer right there now. There to get $1.75 and a 175. There to get 175, 5 and a 175, 80 and 180. There to get 182 and a half. There to get 205, 87 and a half. There to get 87 and a half. 187 and a half. 187 and a half. There to get 7 and a half. There to get so Jeff at 185. What on number 3? Preg the threes. All threes today. See you, boo. $1.50 now 5 and 155. Very good, 55. Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. $1.50, $1.50 on the bowl here. $1.50, $1.50. Mike Treese, Mike Treese. I need you to get down, please. Thank you. At 150, 150, and 150, they're getting 150, 150, 150, 150, and 150, 125, and 30, 130, 130, 130, 40, and 140, 50, 150, 160, and 160. Should have come in first time, shouldn't you? I should have looked at you. 160, I couldn't see you though. So 150, what am I Terry straight? Big over here now, $1.75 at a 175, at a 175, at a 175, at a 175, at 175, at a 5, at a 5, at a she good enough. 175. She good enough for the 11s? 175, 80, and 180, and 175, 80, 175, 80, 180. The audience is out. 180. Sold 175. Bryce. 19 in Prager. 210, 210, there to get now 12 and a half, there to get 210, 12 and a half, and 210 now 12 and a half, there to get 210, 12 and a half, and 210 now 12 and a half, there to get 12 and a half, there to get 12, 15, and 15, there to get now 215, there to get now 15, and 15, Terry, 212 and a half, 3. Boo. He's a bull now, $2, 2.5, and 202 and a half, better get now 2.5, better get $2 now, 2, and 2, better get now 202, 202, 202, 202, Chamberlain, $2, 6, 0. Terrible. $2, 2.5, and 202 and a half, better get now 2.5, better get $2 now, 2.5, and 5, better get 205, better get 202 and a half, 5, and 205, rough back. 202 and a half, 5, better get 7 and a half, better get 10, better get 10, 12 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half, better get 217 and a half, better get half here, better get Chamberlain, and 215, 0, and better get $1.50, $1.50, better get a 5, and 155, and 155, 155, 560, and 5, and 70, better get 170, and a 165, 70, Chamberlain, 165, 0. Where did I put that? Light heifer, lightweight heifer. $2, 2.5, and 202 and a half, better get now 2.5, better get $2 now, 2.5, and 202 and a half, better get now 2.5, 202 and a half, and 202 and a half, better get Chamberlain, $2, put them on 0. And the bull right there, $1 a pound, $1.10, and 110, 120, 125, better get 30, and 130, 135, better get 40, better get 45, 50, and 155, better get 155, better get 5, better get 5, better get 5, 60, and 160, and 165, 165, internet chat, 165, and 5 feeling, 160, 19. Pretty good heifer. It's been Mr. McConnell's calves. 210, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, very good now, 12 and a half, very good 210 now, 12 and a half, 15 now, 17 and a half, 20, and 2 and a half, very good 5, very good 225, Gary 5, 7 and a half, very good 7 and a half, and 227 and a half, 225, 30, and 232 and a half, 5, very good 35, and 235, very KK 232 and a half, 340. How old is that heifer? Okay. 3, 6, 7, 6 or 7. 25 cents a pound. 30. 25, what do you get? 30. 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 65 cents a pound. 70, 75 internet. 75 internet. Showtime, 70 cents. 2. Little bull calf, 220, and 220, there to get now 2 and a half, there to get 220, 2 and a half, and 220, there to get now 2 and a half, 220, 2 and a half, and 220, 2 and a half, very good little calf, guys, 220, and 220, and 2 and a half, there to get 220, 2 and a half, and 220, 2 and a half, there to get 2 and a half, very Antone, 220, 0. Let me know when they come in. Oh, here? Okay. Good old steers right there now. They're to get that 220 and 220. They're to get that 20. They're to get that 20. They're to get 20 and 220. They're to get that 20 pound. They're to get 20. They're to get 20. They're to get 20. They're to get 10 and 210, 12 and 210 now 12. They're to get 210 now 12 and 210 now 12. They're to get 12. So 210. Put them on number 359, 391. And a bull calf right there now. $2, 2 and a half, a 2 or 2 and a half, better get now 2 and a half, better get 2 or 2 and a half, a $2 here, 2 there, better get 2. Whoop around, Antonio, $2 and 2, you're to get now 2 to pound, better get 2 and 2, you're to get now 2, you're to get $1.75 and 175, 175, 175, who bid 75 and 175, better get $1.50. $1.50 on the bull. $1.50, what's wrong here? 150 and 150, you're to get $1 a pound. $1.10, 110, 120. 120. Ricardo, 110. A little quicker, Josh. Male, Antone. She's stifled right there now. They're like $1 a pound, $1.10, and 110, 120, 120, 120, 120, 120. Move her, John. She won't get you. 120. 120. 120. Sold 110. Terry 9. She knows she had a bad leg. Who was that last one? Where's Meadows from? What's your name? Meadows Ranch or Mike Meadows? Okay. Heifer, right here, you're to get $1.75, 80, and 175, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, 180, at 175, 80, you're to give 80, you're to give 80, Chapman, 175, 6. Preg them. Brown Ranch. Come down to Ardmore. $1 a pound. $1.10 a pound. 120. 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, and 70, 170, 80, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190, 190. I got that man right down there, 180. Now 190. Thank you, though. 190, 190. 190. Chernobyl. 100. Whatever it was, 180. 180. These people right here. Chernobyl. Try to get you to tell me. Observe cattle. Blind. Blind. 50 cents a pound. 50 cents a pound. 60 cents a pound. 60. 60 cents. 70. 80. 80. 80 cents. 80 cents. How are y'all going to pass that? So 70. Ricardo. You think? 25 cents, and 25, and 30, and 35, and 35, 35, 40, and 40, and 40, and 5, and 45, and 50, and 55, and 55, and 60, and 5, and 70, and 75, and 75, 80, and 80, and 75, 30, 80, 75, 80, 75 cents a pound, 80, so 75 internet. Bryce, that's you. Withrow. Horned Angus. Sex. Heifer 150 and 150, and 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150, and 150, and 50, everybody get Angus heifer guys, 150 and 150, dollar a pound, dollar 10, 120, 110, 20, 130, 140, 150, 150, 150, 140, 50, Ricardo 140, 2. Oh, cribble, dollar a pound, dollar 10, and 110, and 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, and 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, 75 cents, 80, 80 cents. Showtime, 75 cents, number 2. Ames, Oklahoma, guys. Ames, Oklahoma. 3 good heifer calves. Good heifer calves here. 210, 210, 920, 210, 920, and 210, 220, 220, 225, and 25, 30, 35, 235, 40, 40, and 240, 35, 40, and 40. So 235. Put them on Terry, number 9. Number 2. Terry 2. Well, I thought they was trying. You know what I'm trying. I thought it might be a cattle deal. 210, 210, 12 and a half, 210, now 12 and a half, I get 15, I get now 15, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, I get 5, I get 5, 7 and a half, I get 30, and 232 and a half, I get 2 and a 5, I get 5, 7 and a half, and 37 and a half, 235, 37 and a half, and 235, 7 and a half, here, Troy, 235, Troy, 13, 13. Book is. Book is here. $2, two and a half, a two, two and a half, a two, two and a half, I get a five, I get two, seven and a half, 10, a 210, 15, 20, I get 225, I get 25, 30, a 235, I get 40, a 245, I get 45, I get 245, a 250, a 250, I get a 50 bill, a 55, I get a 55, I get 60, a 265, and 65, 70, a 270. Who's out here? 270, 265, 70. So 265. Bray. Hi, Terry. Every case, $2, two and a half, a two, two and a half, a two, two and a half, five, a 205, I get two, two and a half, five, a 205, seven and a half, I get 10, a 210, 12 and a half, 15, I get 17 and a half, 20, a 222 and a half, five, 227 and a half, I get 225, seven and a half, a seven and a half, 225, seven and a half, I sold 225, Troy, 14. Give a large pen back here, big pen. Great big pins. Little bouquet is $2, two and a half, a two, two and a five, a 205, I get a 205, I get two, two and a half, five, a two, two and a half, five, I get 205, a two, two and a half, I get five, I get five, I get five, 205, a 205, I get seven and a half, 10, 210, 12 and a half, 215, 215, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, 5, 225, I get five, 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 feeling 222 and a half, 4. Lokiba. 45 days Roween, Paula tells me. 45 days Roween right there now. $2, two and a half, a two, two and a half, a two, two and a half, I get a two and a half, I get two and a half, five, a 205, seven and a half, I get 10, I get 10, 12 and a half, a 15, I get a 17 and a half, now 20, a 220, I get 20, I get two and a half, a 222 and a five, 227 and a half, a 30, a 32 and a half, 232 and a half, internet chat, 232 and a half, a 232 and a half, a 230, I get two and a half here, everybody shouting 230, 0. Another one. 45 days Wayne. $2, now 10, a 210, a 20, a 220, a 30, a 230, a 40, a 50, a 250 a pound, a 240, 50, 240, 50, a 240, 50, 240, 50, a 50, a 50, a 50, sold 240, Terry, 2. 2. We don't have email. Nice calves. Really nice calves. Mr. Locke from Minko. Mr. Locke from Minko. Got anything, Paula? 225, 30, a 225, I get 30, I get 30, I get 35, I get 35, I get 235, a 235, I get 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, a 240, I get 2.5, I get 5, a 245, 7.5, and 50, a 250, I get 2.5, I get 250, 2.5, a 252 and a half here, Troy, 250, 13. Mr. Locke down there in Mako, to get 250, 250, to get 50, to get 60, to get 70, to get 80, to get 80, 90, to get 90, and 293 at $3 now, 5, to get 305, to get 305, yard high, at 305, to get 5, you're in, sir, 305, 10. Now you're not, 310, 310, 15, 315. Now you're out, 315. I wonder why when there's just two people are always standing right behind each other. 215. When I get to heaven, I'm going to ask that. 215, 20. 320. 320. We're out, CP. So 315. Hayes 4. More the locks. Miko. Already worked. Dub had a good program. 275, 275, vertical 5, vertical 275, at 275, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, at 275, vertical 250, 260, 270, 280, 280, 280, 270, 80, 270, give 80, Antone 270, 2. Mr. Maples, how are you, young man? This is his case, like y'all guys. Been weaned for left for a long, how long were there? This your dad's? Been turned out all summer. Fine kids right there now. 230, 230, to get 2.5, 5, to get 7.5, 40, to get 2.5, 5, and 7.5, to get 240, 7.5, and 7.5, 245, 7.5, KK, 245, number 359. 30 days on these. 30 days waiting at around shots. 210, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, I get 210, 12 and a half, 15, now 17 and a half, I get 20, 2 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 222, 50, I get 50, Champlin, 220, put them on number 0. 30 days waiting, 30 days waiting. Three steers, $2.10, 210, 210, to get that 10, 20, 210, 12 and a half, to get 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, to get 210 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, 5, 225, 7 and a half, 30, 232 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 40, to get 42 and a half, 5, 247 and a half, 50, 252 and a half, 5, 57 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, to get 5, 65, to get 5, to get 5, CP, 262 and a half, CP5. Here's Tom Jackson's calves, Billy. 45 days. He has a really nice set of Angus cattle, guys. They're 45 days weaned now. 220, 220, 220, to get 2, 222, to get 4, to get 6, to get 8, to get 30, to get 32, 234, to get 36, 38, and 38, 238, internet, 238, 38, 40, 240, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, 240, to get 238, 40, 238, 40, 238, 40, to get 40, so 238, Troy, 14. What'd you say his name was? Is that his son buys cows? Peterson buys a lot of cows here on Monday. Sorry, man. 45 days, they tell me, guys, over at Milfay at 220, 220, to get 2.5, to get 222 and a half, 225, and 7.5, 30, to get 30, to get 2.5, to get 32 and a half, Bill, at 232 and a half, 5, to get 7.5, and 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, and 235, 7 and a half, to get you been up here, and 37 and a half, so 235, Thielen, number 31, Pregum. 45 days, Angus steers. 45 days on the Angus steers. 230, 232 and a half, 5, 235, and get 32 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, and get 45, and get 50, and get 5, and 60, and get as I get 5, and get 70, and 270, and get 65, 70, and 2 and a half, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, and get Jeffy out 72 and a half, and 2 and a half, CP 270, CP 5. Two more Jacksons. Okay, there's 1 and 1. There's 2 on. Hey, he missed around up, didn't he? They're going to 220, 220, they're going to get 2 and a half, they're going to get 5, they're going to get 225, 7 and a half, 30, they're going to get 2 and a half, 5, they're going to get 7 and a half, 40, and 2 and a half, 5, they're going to get 45, and 245, they're going to get 245, and 45, so 242 and a half, KK, put him on number 371. There's another one. Lightweight steer from Mr. Jackson right here, 240 and 240, to get 2 and a half, and 242 and a half, to get 42 and a 5, 45, 7 and a half, 50 and 5, to get 60 and now 5, and now 70, now 5, and now 80 and 5, and 90, to get 290 and 295 and 95, $3 here, 3, to get 5, to get 305, 305, to get 305, and 305, to get 5, to get 5, so $3, put them on Hayes 4. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thomas. Green cattle in Pauls Valley. Jerry Green. Pauls Valley. How long? 2 round shots. 2 round shots. $2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, 5, and 207 and a half, 10, to get 10, 10, 10, 210, 12 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 222 and a half, and 225, and 25, to get 7 and a half, to get 30, and 232 and a half, to get 5, and 35, 232 and a 5, 232 and a 5, and 5, to get short, 232 and a half, 4X, 14, 4X. Steers. Pretty good steers. The green cattle, nobody has the information on them. They come down there at Pauls Valley. That's your green guy down there. He has good stock, don't he? 230, 230, to get 2 and a half, to get 230, 2 and a 5, and 35, 40, to get 45, to get 50, to get 5, and 55, 65, and 70, to get 275, to get 275, and 275, and 275, to get 5, CP, 270, CP 5. Miss you. Miss you. Here's some heifers. Bill Lay. Mr. Lay's heifers right there. Got anything on them, Paula? And around shots, guys, here. They're going to get 220, and 220, they're going to get 20, they're going to get 20, and 220, they're going to get 20, 2 and a half, they're going to get 220, 2 and a half, and 225, 7 and a half, they're going to get 7 and 30, and 230, they're going to get 30, they're going to get 30, digi 2 and a half, and 230, 2 and a 5, and 235, they're going to get 230, 2 and a 5, 230, 2 and a 5, 232 and a half, Troy, 232 and a half, 4X. Steer mates to them. They had a round of shots. Had a round of shots here. 240, 240, to get 2 and a half, 242 and a half, 5, to get 245, to get 242 and a 5, and 550, 250, to get 5, to get 60, to get 60, to get 60, 57 and a half, 62 and a half, and 62 and a half, and 262 and a half, and 2 and a half, CP 5, 260. He's going to have a nice pen of steers. Let's go. Another deal had a round of shots, guys. Another deal's had a round of shots. The heifers. Every catch, 210, a 210, they're getting at 10 to bound, they're getting 10, a 210, they're getting at 10 to bound, they're getting 10, 10, 10, Pee Wee's 210, and 210, they're getting at 10 to bound, they're getting 10, and 210, they're getting at 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, they're getting 210, 12 and a half, and 12 and a half, 15, and 15, 17 and a half, 20, and 220, 2 and a half, they're getting 2 and a half, and 220, 2 and a half here, Terry, 220, Terry, 3. And around the shots, guys. Here, 210, and 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, and again 210, 12 and a half, 15, and 15, they're going to have 15, they're going to have 15, they're going to have 15, anybody St. Amos, and 215, 212 and a half, and again 15, and 215, they're going to have 15, they're going to get 15, over to Champlin, 212 and a half, 0. Four steers off that consignment. Had around the shots. Slick. Miss Slick. Good to be seen. There you go. Nice boy Kez right there now. 240 and 240. It'll get 2 and a half. It'll get 2 and a half. 240, 2 and a half. And 240. It'll get 2 and a half. 5 and 240, 5, 50 and 250. It'll get 50. It'll get 245, 7 and a half. 50 and 250 and 247 and a half. 50. It'll get 50. It'll get 50. Thielen 247 and a half. 4. Round of shots. All the while. I entered again at 220. Our steers. 220 and 220. It'll get at 2 and a half. It'll get 220, 2 and a half. It'll get 220 and 220. It'll get at 20. It'll get at 20. It'll get at 20. It'll get at 20 and 220. It'll get at 20. It'll get what I love about September right here. 210, 212 and a half. 210, 12 and a half. 210, 12 and a half. 210, 12 and a half. Thielen, 210. 4? I think so. You're the medicine man. You're in here. You're old enough to know better. Gary. Another Jones. $60 wean, folks, on these heifers. Richardson cattle. 60 days. And 225 and 225. It'll get now 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, and 227 and a half, and 227 and a half. It'll get 30 and 230. It'll get 2 and a half. It'll get 32 and a half here. Internet 232 and a half, and 232 and a half. It'll get 232 and a half, 5 and 235, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half. Internet chat 237 and a half, 235, 237, 40, and 240. It'll get 40. 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 So 237 and a half. That'd be Bryce number 55. Bryce number 55. Same cattle, 60 days wean. Nice black steers right there now. They're going to get 245 and 245 and 245. They're going to have 45. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 245 and 245. They're going to get 5. 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 245 and 245. They're going to get 45. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5 and 245. They're going to get 45. They're going to get 245 and 210. 212 and a half. By the way they look, guys, just 60 days. 210, 12 and a half. 212 and a half. They're nice calves. Short wean. 212 and a half. 15. 217 and a half. 20. 220. 220. 220. So 217 and a half. Chamlin, oh. I don't know. Ain't no guarantees in September on a calf. Who's this, Lindsay? Lindsay, Oklahoma. Shiki from Lindsay. 90 days. 90 days wean. 90 days win. There's a good set of heifers here. 235 at 235, 7.5 at 37.5, 35, 37.5, 40 at 240. To get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 42.5, 5 and 7.5, 50 at 2.5, to get 5, to get 55, to get 52.5 at 252.5, 5 and 5. Troy 252.5, 14. No, 4x, 14. 90 days. Lindsay, Oklahoma. Good black calves. 225, 225, 7.5, 30, and 230, to get 2.5, to get 5, to get 5, 7.5, 40, and 2.5, to get 45, to get 47.5, 50, and 252.5, to get 252.5, and 250, 250, 250, 250, internet shot, 250, 250, and 250, 250 here to get feeling, 250, 21, 31, 31, Brigham. She weaned a long time down there at Lindsay, guys. 90 days weaned down there to get at 230, at 235, to get at 235, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 235, 40, at 245, to get 45, to get 245, at 245, to get at 45, to get 5 here, Thielen, 240, 2. X, 2X. There's a male cattle off of them. They both are steers. Their steers are weaned 90. There's mates them heifers. They're weaned 90 days. Weaned for 90 days, 235, and 235, 7.5, and 40, and 240, 2.5, 5, and to get 7.5, 50, and to get 250, 2.5, and 5, and to get 7.5, 60, and to get 2.5, 5, and 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5, 80, 2.5, and 280, 250, 280, 250 here. And to get sold 280, put them on KK number 45, 345, 345. Here's Doc Moppus's cattle. I guess it's not Doc's anymore, Daryl's. Daryl Moppus, Norman, Oklahoma. He weaned them 50 days ago, guys. They show it. He weaned them 50 days ago, and they show it. He's got a good stock, guys. Here, 235, and 235, 7.5, and to get 40, and 240, 2.5, and to get 5, and to get 7.5, 50, and 250, 2.5, and to get 5, and to get 7.5, 60, and 2.5, and to get 5, and to get 265 internet, and 260, 2.5, 7.5, and 7.5, 70, and 2.5, 270, 2.5, and to get 273, and 73, and to get 5, and to get 275, 7, and 9, and to get 290, 79, 81, 283, and to get 285, 285, and to get 5, and to get CP at 282. Put them on number 5. That's another one of Daryl's. Daryl's heifers. There's Daryl Moppus. You know him, Slick? I thought you might. Right here, the Moppus people right there in Norman's, Slick's neighbor, 225, 225, 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 5, 235, to get 35, 35, 540, 245, to get 50, 255, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 255, 255, 255, Troy, 250, number 13. Here's Bobby Maple's cattle. They're a long wean. Bought here in February, but on grass. Bought them here in February. He bought pretty good stock, didn't he? Good steer cattle, guys. There's some bulletproof cattle belong right young man right there. I had to get 240, 240, 2.5, 5, and 7.5, 50, to get 2.5, to get 5, to get 7.5, 60, and 2.5, 5, to get 7.5, 70, to get 270, and 2.5, 270, 2.5. Jeff, you're out. 270, 2.5, 270, 250. Bill, you're out. 270, 250, 5, 275, 273, 5, 277, 277, 276, 8, 278, 80, at 280, at 280, to give 80, to give 80, to give 80, to give 80, at 980, and to get 80, to get. Ain't his first rodeo, is it? 280, 280, to give 80, to give 80, to get. He's showing his age a little bit though. To get 280, CP5, CP5. Here's Rosella's cattle from Hinton. Bull calves. Male says bulls. They are bulls. Here, 210, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 210 now, 12 and a half, 15, 212 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, 22 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 5, 35, 7 and a half, 40, 2 and a half, 5, 47 and a half, 50, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 60, 2 and a half, 262 and a half, CP, 260, number 5. Same bull case. They didn't know anything about it, did we? Good Angus bulls. Nice gentle bulls. Rosetta who?
Rosella House.
You know what town? The house cattle out there in Hinton, man, they've got good black cows. Good bulls right there now. $1.50. $1.50. They're to get 5. They're to get 60. They're to get 5. They're to get 70. They're to get 5. They're to get 80. They're to get 5. They're to get 90. And 5. They're to get 95. $2. And 5. They're to get 205. 7 and a half. 10. 210. 12 and a half. And 15 now. 17 and a half. 20. 222 and a half. 5. And 7 and a half. 30. And 232 and a half. They're to get 5. They're to get 35. 235. 232 and 5. 7 and a half. And 37 and a half. 35. 7 and a half. 6, 8. And 238. 40. And 240. To get 40, to get 40, feeling 238, feeling 7, 7. Here's Jerry Black. Western Oklahoma, John. Cordell later to get 235, 40, 235, 40, to get 235, to get 5, to get 40, 240, to get 235, 5, 40, 240, 240, to get 40, to get 40, about to get 40, 245. 50. Good little Herman case. Cordell. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. Y'all talk it over. 252 and a half. So 250 feeling 2. Same case. Same case, guys. Here, 225, 225. Better get now 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225. You baby, 225. Better get now 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225. Better get now 25, 25, 25, 25. Amos, you baby, 225, 25. Better get now 25. Better get now 210, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 12 and a half. Better get 12 and a half. Feeling 210, 2-1. Steers, no, more heifers. More heifers. Out of Cordell. 210, 210, now 12 and a half, I get 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, I get 12 and a half, I get 12 and a half, I get 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, I get 12 and a half, I get 210, 12 and a half, I don't know nothing, 210, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 212 and a half, 15, 212 and a half, 15, 217 and a half, 217 and a half, 215, 17, 50, and 50, Troy, 215. X. Just X. There's the boys. Staircase. Cordell, 225, 225, to get 30, 225, 30, to get 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 30, 225, to get 30, to get 30 there, to get 30, 225, 30, to get 5, 235, 40, 240, to get 235, 40, 235, 40, and 40, to get 40, to get feeling, 235, 7. No, 6, 6. Thank you to the Black family. Let's go to Cheatham cattle from Jones. Cheatham from Jones. Who'd have thought that? Bull calves. Little bull calves here. 225, 225, 225. Better get out 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225. Better get out 25, 25, 25, 25, 225. Better get out 25, 10, 210. Better get 10, 10, 10, 10, 210, 210. Better get 10, better get 10. Think you're better than that, guys. 210, 210, $2. 202 and a half. Did you? 205, 205. Terry, 202 and a half. 3. right off of their mama. Hobart, Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll change that. I'm changing that last one out there to a Terry straight. Did you get that?
We got a bad battery. Just a minute.
That I changed that last one to a Terry straight. Okay, thank you.
Everts, Evans,
But
Evette. One of my old neighbors, Paula. Right off the bottom, it's $2, two and a half, a two, two and a half, two and a half, two and a half, five, a two, seven and a half, 10, a 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, two and a half, 220, two and a half, 227 and a half, 30, a 230, 30, 30, 30, 30, 230, a 230, 30 short, 227 and a half, 14. Evans, Havers. Okay. There's more Evans, Havers. 210, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 210 now, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 220, thank you, 222 and a half here, 22 and a half, 222 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, Thielen, 220, Thielen. $31, $32, Fraggle. There's steers off of them out of Kiowa County, boys. They're good little old steers right there from Kiowa County. That's all we got on them. No, it set off the cow, didn't it? Good boys. 230, and 230, to get that two, and 232, to get that 200, to get that 232, Jimmy, and 232, to get 232, to get 232, and 232, to get that 200, to get that 2, to get 2, to get 2, Thielen, 230, 6. Same cattle. Steer $2, two and a half, a two, two and a half, a two, two and a half, a 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 205, a two, two and a half, 5, a two, two and a half, 5, a two, two and a 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, a 7 and a half, a 7 and a half, sir. 205, 7 and a half, a 7 and a half, sold. Internet 205. Bryce Haynes, number 88. Thank the Evans. This will be the Knoll cattle. Knoll. 90 days weaned on this particular set of cattle. 90 days. And they look it right there, 220, 220, to get 2 and a half, to get 220, 2 and a half, to get 22 and a 5, 225, to get 7 and a half, to get 30, to get 2 and a half, and 5, to get 7 and a half, to get 40, 240, to get 40, long wean now, 240, to get 237, 40, now 2 and a half, 245, 247 and a half, 50, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half here, Amy Shot, 252 and a half, Jeff Reuter, 250, 15. She's 90 days weaned, 2 and a quarter, 225, to get 25, 30, to get 30, to get 35, and 35, 40, to get 5, to get 245, and 245, to get 45, 45, 45, and 45. Sold 240 for Montreal. 15, 14. This will be Paul Lessing's cattle down there, Cement. Good little crossbred heifers out. 220 and 220. There to get 2 and 222. There to get 2. There to get 220. There to get 2 and 222. 22, 22, 22, 22 and 222. There to get 2 and 2 and 222. There to get 2. Thielen 220. Put on number 32. Find us some hair in here. If you don't mind. Okay, right here, $1.75, $1.75, $1.75, $1.75, 81, 81, 85, 85, 90, 195, 95, $2, $5, and 10, $2.10, 15, $20, and 220, $2.15, 20, and 220, $15, 20, $20, 20, and 25, and 225, $5, Thielen, 220, 6. Thank you. Much better. Nice little red bally heifer. White faces. Collins scales, fancy right there. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 225. Get 30, get 230, get 25, get 30, and 230, get 25, get 30, 230, 230, 230, 230, and 225, 30. Fancy now. 225 and 225, get 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 230, get 30, get 30, get 30, she bid, and 30, Troy 5, 235, 40, 240, 245, 245, so 240, Troy 14. Sorry. Here's steer mates. Steer mates. 250 and 252 and a half and 250 to get 2 and a half and 250 to get 2 and a half to get 250 250 and 252 and a half to get 2 and a half to get 2 and a half 5 and 252 and a 5 252 and a half 5 and 255 7 and a half to get 60 and 260 to get as a get 2 and a half and 262 and a half and 2 and a half to get 2 and a half to get CP 260 number 5. This will be Mr. Leonard Ledford's. Leonard, wake up. You ain't done nothing to him? Well, go back to sleep in. Leonard Ledford heifers here, 220 and 220, to get 22 and a half, to get 222 and a half, and 222 and a half, to get 222 and a half, and 222 and a half, to get 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, and 222 and a half, to get 2 and a half, so 220, put them on Troy. 1X, just one. Sell out too soon. Leonard Ledford bulls. $2, 2 and a half, and 5, and 202 and a half, 5, and I get 205, and I get 202 and a half, 5, and 202 and a half, 5, and I get bouquets, 205, and 202 and a half, and I get 5, anybody, and 5, and I get 205. Well, let's sell out, guys. 5, 7 and a half, and now 10, and 212 and a half, now 15, now 17 and a half, now 20, and 220, and I get now 20, and I get 20, Thielen, and 217 and a half, 26, just 6. 2 more Mr. Ledfords. Put a little color in your life, didn't you, Leonard? Yard them out. Both. $2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, and I get 2 and a half, and I get good bulls now, 2, and $2 bill here, 2 there, and I get 2, and I get 2, and I get 2, and I get 2, and $2 here, 2 there, and I get 2 here, and I get, come on here, Jeff, and $2 here, 2 there, 2 and a half, and I Champlin, $2, put on number 0. Thank you, Jeff. Bull. And a bull here, $1.75. Male, $1.75, $1.80, 180, 175, 80, 180, 180, 180, 5, 185, 90, 195, 195, 195, 95. Better get two at $2 down, two and a half, 202 and a half. Better get 202 and a half. Better get 202 and a half, and two and a half. Better get sold $2. Put them on. Terry 11. Terry 11. Was that yours, Leonard? Was that one yours? I ain't got no mail. Was it? That was Alden's. My old cousin. My cousin's. He's still alive. What's this, bull? I can't remember. Heifer off of little cow. Dollar a pound, $1.10, $1.10, and 110, 110, 110, 110, now 15, now 20, and 125, and now 30, and get 5, and 135, 135, 40, $1.40, and 135, 40, $1.40. Did you get 40? Now 5, 145, 50, 155, 160. Sold 155. That will be Withrow. I think he had two on that card. Is this your first day? You hadn't had her coffee yet. Blanchard, Oklahoma. Blanchard, Oklahoma. The Edwards cattle. Nice heifers. Good bodied heifers right there now. 210, and 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, and 12 and a half, 15, and 215, 17 and a half, 20, and 220, they're getting 217 and a half, 20, and 220 a pound, and 220 a pound, they're getting 220, and 217 and a half, 20, Troy, 217 and a half, 4X, yard amount, spotted heifer. Steve Ramsey at Yukon, Oklahoma. Little heifer's been weaned 30 days. Weaned 30 days, 235, 235, to get 35, 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 5, 245, 50, to get 5, and 60, to get 5, to get 265, and 5, to get 5, to get 5, TD 260, number 32. Right, no. Terry 3. When yours come in, just buy them, put them point over there, okay, Mark? They got you surrounded today, Terry. I didn't even, my app went off my phone. Carson couldn't fix it, said I had to buy it. I said, I ain't buying it. I've got 2 old rain gauges still in my garage. It's what we used. They're pretty accurate. Because I've got 2 rain gauges out, and they're just right on. Huh? That's all I'm going to have right now. Did he see you stay weak? I don't think so. Got a bull calf here, $2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, and 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, 5, and 205, 7 and a half, 10, 210, 10, 10, 210, and 27 and a half, 10, and 210, there to get 27 and a half, 10, and there to get Terry, 27 and a half, 11. Yeah, got to buy it. $20 a month. That's what I say, man. If we could just use it the month it rains, that'd be all right. Twice a year. Some of them Ramsey cattle guys. There's a bull calf. Bull calf here, 225, 225, to get 25, 25, 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 35, and 35, 40, to get 45, to get 50, and 250, to get 5, to get 55, to get 5 down here, and 255, to get 255, and 255, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, and Hayes, 254. Two bulls. $1.50, $1.55, and 155, 155, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 155, 155, vertical 55, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, sold 150. Chamlin. Oh, nothing. Oh, straight. Here's some more. Here's some more right here now. They're going to have $2, 2.5, and 2, 2.5. They're going to have 2.5. They're get $2 and 2. They're going to have 2 to buy. They're get 2. They're get 2, 2.5, and 2, 2.5. I'm a dentist now. 2.5 and 2, 2.5. They're get 2.5 and 2.5. They're get 2, 2.5. Dentist, I got him. Dentist, nothing. Chamlin straight. White faces. McKeever cattle. Yukon, Oklahoma. Yukon, Oklahoma, 220, and 220, to get 20, 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 and 220, to get 20, 20, 20, 2.5, and 220, 2.5, and 220, 2.5, 220, 2.5, and 220, 2.5, and a Jeff Reuter, 220, 4. Looks like it. Bigger heifer come Yukon right here. $2, 2.5, and 2, 2.5, and 2, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2, and $2 bill here, 2 there, to get 2, better be 2, to get 2, to get 2, and $2 here, to get $2 where? $2, $2, little heifer off the feed. You got 2. Two. Okay, 2.5. Got slow motion in it. Sold $2. Chamlin. 0. See there what happens sometimes? Yeah. And then you look at them, it's like, say, McKeever over Yukon, 225, 225, to get 30, 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 and 40, to get 240, to get 240 a pound, and 230, 240, 230, 240, 230, 240, and 40, Terry, 230. 2, 3, 2. Do what? I'm confused. Bull is off of them guys over Yukon. Little bull is over Yukon. Oh, they're worked? They're already worked. Maybe a bull. 250, 255, 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 250, 250 a pound, 250 a pound, they're gonna 50, they're gonna 50, they're gonna 50, 250 from little K's here, 250, 250, they wouldn't be the highest thing I've sold today, 250, 250, they're gonna 50, they're gonna $2, now 10, 210, 210, 220, 210, 20, 210, 20, 210, 20, 220, 30, 240. 240. Antone, 220. Oh. 7 more. I back all these bulls too, Dennis. Good case. I think there's just one bull on. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 225, very good, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, very good, 25, 30, 225, 32 and a half, 5, very good, 235, internet, 235, 7.5, very good, 237, 40, 240, internet, 240, very good, 2 and a half, very good, 245, 5, 7.5, 7.5, 50, very good, 52 and a half, 5, very good, 255, internet, 255, 60, 265, 65, internet, 265, 70, 270, to get 70, now 5, 275, internet, now 80, 285, internet, 285, internet, 285, internet, CP, 280, put them on number 5. What do you got here? Steers. Staircase right here, 250, 250, 250, dirty get 50, dirty get 50, dirty get 50, Red Angus here, 250, 250, 250, over the good case right there, guys, 255, and now 60, dirty get 5, dirty get 5, dirty get 5, 70, 270, 270, dirty get 70, dirty get 270, anybody else here, 70, Bill G bid, 270, dirty get 265, 70, and 70, Hayes, 265, 4. Pretty nice steers for heifer price. Thank you, McKeevers. Let's go to Kingfisher, K&R. Anything? Little heifers up for Kingfisher, 235, 235. I better get that. Gary Cleveland's not in here. It makes it harder to tell. When Gary Cleveland's not in here, it makes it harder to tell. I know. I think I'll just wait. Two little heifers. 235, 235, 235, they're going to 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 240, they're going to 235, 40, 245, they're going to 45, they're going to 45, 50, 255, 55, they're going to 60, 265, and 5, they're going to 5, they're going to 5, 65, 65, how? 260, 31. You guys take care of yourself up there now. Try to start getting up a little bit earlier, young man. Okay, same cattle. KR cattle from Kingfisher. 250, 250, to get 2.5, 252 and a half, to get thin flesh heifers here, 250, 250, upper Kingfisher 2.5, 252 and a half, 5, 255, 65, to get 70, to get 5, 75, to get 275, 8. One round of shots. Had a round of shots, guys. At 275, 275, 275. You want to bid again? 275. You didn't want to have a shot? 275. So 270, Jeff Reuter. 4. Here comes steers. They've had a round now, Tom tells you. There he is, right up there. KR Farms. We're sitting behind Bill. The old K's are nice K's. They've had a round of shots. 275, 275, they're going to 75, they're going to 75, 275, 275, 80, and 280, they're going to 75, 85, they're going to 90, they're going to 95, 3, they're going to get $3 here, $3 here, 3, they're going to get $3, 295, 3, 295, 3, they're going to get 3, they're going to get 3, they're going to get 3, over the Hayes, 295, 3. Here's 2 more of them. They had a round of shots, guys. Round of shots on their mamas. They're steered. Already worked, too. They're already worked, guys. 230, 230, to get 2.5, 5, 232 and a 5, now 7.5, 40, to get 42 and a half, to get 5, 7.5, 50, 252 and a half, to get 5, to get 7.5, 60, 2.5, to get 262 and a half, 265, and 5, 7.5, 70, 272 and a half, to get 272 and a half, CP at 270, CP5. Thank you, young man. Thank you, Tom. TD. Little heifer calves. Got it. TD right here. There to get out nice Harry Case. And there to get 250 and 260 and 260. There to get now 250. There to get now to get him home. To get him and 250 now 60 and 70 and 270. No. 270 over here and 70. Your man's out now. 270 and 260 70. There to get 70. There to get 70. There to get 70 and 70. How? 260 number 31. Imagine. Small little heifers. Every is right here now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, you're going now 225, you're going now 25, 225, and 225, you're get 30, and 230, you're going now 225, you're get 30, and 230, 230, and 225, you're get 30, and get 30, and 30, you're going now 225, 30, you're get 30, you're get 30, and 30, you're going to Chamberlain, 225, 11. Move on, Bob. You talk about black nose Charlets. Nice here, 2 1/4, 225, 225, everything at 25, 225, and 25, everything at 25, 25, and 30, and 230, everything 40, everything 40, everything 50, and 240, 50, and 240 now, 50, 240 now, 50, everything now, 50, everything 50. JH 240, JH 4. You started with a good, Jerry. Little bouquets. Good little bouquets right there now. Fancy at 275, at 275, very good, very good, very good, very good, very good, at 275. Boom now, 5, very good, 275, at 275, very good, 5, very good, very good, you bid at 275, 80, at 280, 275, 80. May have room, 280, at 275, 80, and 280, 275, 80, and 80, 80, 80, Bray, 275, Bray. All right, here we go. We're going to hurt the good case. Bouquet is fancy. About as good a good bouquet as we've had, guys. 250, 250, ready to get 2.5, 250, 2.5, ready to get 2.5, 250, 2.5, 250, ready to get 2.5, ready to get 250, 2.5, 255, ready to get 55, ready to get 255. Anybody else? 250, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 250, 2.5, ready to get 5, 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 feeling 250, 2.5, 4. Worth your trip over here, young man. Mike Shreese, gonna start. There's a good steer. Good steer right there now. To get 240, 240, 2.5, 240, 2.5, to get 2.5, 240, 2.5, 240, 2.5, to get 5, 245, to get 240, 2.5, 5, 245, to get 40, 2.5, to get 5, to get feeling 240, 2.5, 4. One more of these, and we're done with it for a minute. Nice little calf right there now. 250 and 60 and 260. As I get involved, I get 250 now, 60 now, 70 and 270. 70, 70, 70 and 70. To get 260, 70 and 270. To get 70. Where's my little calf buyers? 270 and 270 and 270. To get 70, 70, 70 and 70. To get 70. To get 70. To get 70. To get 70. So put them on Terry, number 2. Spencer Case, Heifers.
Okay.
I bet they will. Do you have all of them? There we go. We're to get that good little heifer calves. Good little heifer calves. They've had 2 rounds of blackleg, Virus Shield, 2 rounds of wormer. 2 rounds of wormer right there now. 230 and 230. They're to get that 2 and 232. They're to get that 200. To get that 230. They're to get 2. They're to get 232 and 232. They're to get that 200. To get that 2 4 and 34 6 36 36 8 38 40 and 2. They're to get 242 and 242. They're to get that 2. Jeff Reuter 240. 13. Put them on 3. Change it to 3. Can you believe it? Here we go. Every has right here now. They're going to 2 1/4 and 225 and 225. They're going to 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 and 30 and 225, 35. They're going to 5, 7 1/2, 40 and 242 1/2, 5 and 247 1/2, 50 and 252 1/2. They're going 5 and 55, 7 1/2, 60 and 2 1/2. They're going 262 1/2 and 2 1/2. Troy 260. Put them on number 14. Are, are the 32s pregged, Gary? Yes. All the 32s? All the 31s? And 270, you've been there, Terry, and 275, 275, 80, and 285, 285, 90, 285, vertical 90, vertical 85, vertical 90, vertical Navarre, 285, 35. Same good case here. 2 rounds of everything. 2 rounds of everything. They're to get 240 and 240. They're to get 2 1/2. 242 1/2. At 240, 250, 240, 250 and 240. They're to get 2 1/2. They're to get 242 1/2. At 5 and 245, 7 1/2. 50 and 252 1/2. 5 and 257 1/2. They're to get 7 1/2. Jeff at 7 1/2 over here. 257 at 60 and 60 at 262 and 264 and 264. They're to get 4. They're to get CP at 262. CP5. Thank you, Dennis. Yes. New deal, Dennis. Fletcher. There'll be 2 Draft C steers coming down there, Fletcher, Oklahoma. Cha-ching. $1.90. Steers right here now. Good steer cattle right there now. They're coming down to Fletcher, Oklahoma. Bentley and Rakin. 2 round shots, but they're pretty cool. I entered at 275 and 275. They're going to 5. They're going to 80 and 280. They're going to 75. They're going to 80 and 280. They're going to 80. They're going to 80. They're going to 275, 80 and 80, 82 1/2. They're going to 5, 285. They're going to 5. They're going to 5. They're going to 5. They're going to 7 1/2, 90 and 290. They're going to 90. So 287 1/2. Dodd 1. Dodd 1. Here's a dozen more of them. Fletcher, Oklahoma. They got pretty good stock down there, I would say. You guys here from Fletcher? Like that deal, Bill? Wow. Choice they are. Choice are either to get out 240 and 240 to get 2.5 5 and 240 2.5 to get 240 2.5 and 240 7.5 50 and 2.5 to get 55 7.5 to get 7 at 62.5 and 5 to get 7.5 to get 7.5 to get 67.5 and 267.5 and 70 and 272.5 and 275 277.5 to get 7.5 275 7.5 and 275 7.5 and 7.5 here to get sold 275. Put them on Jeff 35 45. I got the number wrong. Can you believe it? Yep. There's a heifer right here that says it's weaned. Male says it is. Had around the shots. 220 and 222.5 and 222.5 to get 27.5 to get 30 to get 32.5 and 5 to get 7.5 to get 40 and 2.5 to get 42.5 242.5 and 242.5 to get 2 and a KK at 240. Put on 359. Same deal. Same deal. Little bulls, they say they're weaned. Little bulls, they say they're weaned. $2, 2.5, 2.5. I don't believe it. Don't believe a word y'all saying. $2. And 2 to get 2.5, 5 and 7.5, 10 to get 12.5, 15, 17.5, 22.5, 5 and 7.5, 30 to get 2.5, 5 and 35, 232.5, 232.5. Now 7.5, 237.5, 237.5, Varnt, 235, 3. Nice set of cattle right here. Right off of their mamas, guys. Aren't they good? Right here now. 235, 7.5, and 235, 7.5. Fancy. And 237 and 40 to get 42.5, to get 45, and 245, to get 245, 50, and 250 to get 50, to get 52.5, and 255, and 255, 7.5, 60, and 260 to 2.5, to get 2.5, 5, and 265, 7.5, and 70 to get 270, and 267.5, 70, and 70. Jeff Reuter, 267.5. 3, 4. Look like it. Aren't they good? Right off the mama's, guys. Look at the bodies on them heifers here. 2 1/4 and 2 1/4. You're to get now 225. To get now 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. To get 5, 30 and 230. To get 30. To get 30. To get 230. 5 and 235, 40. To get 45, 50. To get 5. To get 60. To get 5, 70. To get 5. To get 275 and 275. To get 5. Jeff Reuter 270. Same way. Here's the male calves come with them. Male calves come with them right there. 250 and 252.5 and 252.5 to get 2.5 to get 252.5 and 255 to get 2.5 252.5 and 255 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 and 252.5 to get 5 and 5 to get 5 to get 5 255 and 5 to get 5 to get 5 Thielen 252.5 4. It's hot in here, I think. Yeah, that's what I thought. Same little bull calves. Right off of their mamas, aren't they good black bulls? Right here, 2 1/4 and 2 1/4. You're to get now 25, 25, 30 and 230. You're to get now 225 to get 30, 230, 230, 230, 230, 230 and 225 to get 30 and 30. You're to get now 30 to get now 30 to get now 30 and 225, 35 and 235 to get 232.5. Now 5 and 7.5 to get 7.5. 30's 40 and 240 and 237.5, 40 and 240 to get now 40 to get now 40 to get now 40 to get 40 and 40 to get Thielen 230. 237 and a half. Thielen 5. Get him one. Get him a pocket knife. There's a good calf. He's a steer. He's a steer. Wonder how in the world he got cut. Wonder how he cut him. He Okay. I entered again at 2, they're again at 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, they're again at 2 and a quarter, they're again 30, and 225, 30, they're again at 30, but get 30, but get 30, 230, and 225, 30, maybe worth more than that, guys. 230, and 225, 30, and 230, they're again at 20, 32 and a half, 5, 235, 7 and a half, 40, and 240, they're again 40, 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 so 237 and a half, Chamlin O. Right off the mamas right there now. 240 and 240. They're get 2 and a half. And 242 and a half. 5. They're get 245 and 242 and a half. They're get 5. Anybody? And 245. They're get 45. They're get 5. They're get 5. They're get 5. They're get 5. And 45 behind boys. 242 and a 5. And 247 and a half. 50 and 250. They're get 50. They're get 50. They're get 50. And 247 and a half. 50 and 50. They're get 50. They're get 50. So 247 and a half. Put them on cherry 3. There's a good thin heifer, long tail heifer here, 220 and 222 and a half, and 222 and a 5, 222 and a 5, 222 and a 5, 225 and 222 and a 5, 35, 7 and a half, and 30, to get 30, 30, 30, 230, sir, 2 and a half, 232 and a 5, 235, 235, 235, 232 and a half, to get 5, and 5, to get 5, Thielen, 232 and Chamlin, 11. I'm sorry I got you two guys mixed up. You couldn't be mixed up with a better guy, either one of you. Either guy, either one of you. Another good heifer. You're looking at 235. 235 and 235, they're going to 35, 40 and 240, they're going to 40, they're going to same deal, and 40, they're going to 235, 40, they're going to get 40, they're going to get 40, and 240, you made 40, and 2 and a half, 245, and 247 and a half, 50, and 252 and a half, 5, they're going to get 55, 7 and a half, 60, and 60, they're going to get 55, they're going to get 60, and 60, so 257 and a half, put them on, Chamlin 11. This will be the favors cattle. Okay, hang on. Round of shots, a bull and a steer. A bull and a steer will round of shots right there. They had a round of shots on the mama. I ended again at 225, at 225, to get 30, at 230, to get 25, 35, at 235, 40, to get 240, to get 40, to get 40, at 235, 42 and a half, 5, 247 and a half, 50, at 2 and a half, to get 255, at 257 and a half, at 255, 7 and a half, 60, at 260, to get 60, at 260, to get so 257 and a half, put them on Thielen 4. He's already steer guys here. They're going to 225, 225, they're going to 30, 235, they're going to get 40, they're going to get 45, they're going to get 50, they're going to get 250, 245 now, 50, 245 now, 50, they're going to get 50, they're going to get 50, they're going to get 50, Varner, 245, 65. Another one of them good Charlet calves. Supposed to be crippled. Esther Favors. Anybody know John? Mr. Favors? The lame. $2. Two and a half. $2, two and a half. $2 bill, two and a half. $2 bill, two and a PO him. Can you make a call for him, Esther Favors? Say where he's from. Did it say where he was from? Huh? Sawyer. Sawyer, Oklahoma. Sawyer, Oklahoma. Good Havers here, guys. Brandon Ward right here in El Reno. Good Haver is here. Enter to get 240. At 240, enter to get 2.5, 5. At 245, enter to get 240, 2.5. Enter to get 245. At 240, 2.5, 245. At 240, 2.5, 245, 7.5, 50. At 250, at 250, enter to get 50, enter to get 50, enter to get 50, enter to get 50. Enter to Champion. At 240, 7.5, 11. 9 more. Brandon Ward, Dennis. El Reno. Brandon Ward. Mr. Ward, you here? You got good calves, Dennis. I entered to get 210, 12.5, at 210, 12.5, at 210, 12.5, enter to get 12.5, enter to get 210, 12.5, at 210, 12.5, 15, enter to get 17.5, enter to get 20, at 222.5, enter to get 5, at 227.5, enter to get 30, at 232.5, enter to get 5, at 235, enter to get 232.5, 232.5, at 57.5, at 7.5, 37 to 40, at 240, enter to get 40, enter to get 40 short, 237.5, 14. There's a bigger one. There's a bigger one right here. $2, 2.5, a $2 bill, 2.5, a 202.5, 5, I get 205, I get 202.5, 5, a 205, I get 202.5, I get 5, anybody, and 5, I get 202.5, 5, 7.5, and now 10, a 210, internet, 210, they're going 10, now 12.5, 15, now 17.5, and 20, and 220, internet, 20, they're going 20, they're going 20, and 20, they're going 20, they're going Champion, 217.5, Champion, 06, Champion 6. Need mail, I think, Dennis. I think all the 6s were pregged, wasn't they, Jeff? Were the 6s pregged? All the 6s. Here's a bouquet right here now. Bouquet, Mr. Ward. Mr. Ward, 220, and 220, to get 2.5, 5, and 220, 2.5, to get 220, 2.5, and 220, 2.5, 225, to get 7.5, 30, and 230, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 37.5, to get 7.5, 40, and 240, to get 40, to get 40, to get 2.5, and 245, and 245, to get 42.5, and 242.5, 245, and 5, to get Thielen, 242.5, number 4. Nine more of them. 9 more bulls right there now. They're $1.90 and 190 and now 2.5, 190, 2.5, and 190, 250, 195, and 95, 7.5, $2 here. They're get 2, they're get 2.5, they're get 5, and 205, they're get 7.5, 10, and 210, they're get 12.5, 15, and 15, they're get 17.5, 20, and 220, they're get 22.5, 5, and 225, they're get 7.5, they're get 7.5, and 225, 227.5, and 7.5. Thielen, 225, 6. Joe Don, how are you, buddy? You're fixing the show here. You're fixing the show. Short wean, guys. A short wean that had 2 riding shots. Mr. Dickey down in Frederick, Oklahoma. He's always got the best. Always have the best. Steers. 250 and 255, vertical 55, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, and 255, vertical 55, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, and 250, vertical 250. In the money, guys, 250 and 250, vertical 50, vertical 50, vertical 50, and 250. They're steers, 252 and a half, 255, now 60, now 5, 270. 275, 275, 80, and 280, and 275, 80, 275, 80, 80, Hayes, 275, 4. 11 more of them. Mr. Dickey. Frederick, Oklahoma. Did you get a rain, Joe Don? All right. 4 inches. Good ones right here now. Good ones here. They're getting 225, 30, 225. They're getting 30. They're getting 230, 230. They're getting 5, 540. They're getting 245. They're getting 50, 250. Internet 250. They're getting 55, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250, 250. They're getting 2 and a half. They're getting 2 and a half, 250, 250. They're getting Bryce Haynes 250. Put him on number 65. 7 more of them. Looks like you had a good rain all summer. Nice calves, guys. Good red Angus calves. Nice ones here. 225, 225. They're getting 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, 25. They're getting 5. They're getting 225, 7.5, 30, 232 and a half. They're getting 235. Now 7.5. They're getting 237.5, 235, 37.5, 35, 37.5. They're getting 7.5 here. They're feeling 235, feeling 7. Joe Don, appreciate you. Hey, move them. All right, here, you talk about goodness. White face cattle time. And they're getting 270, 270, they're getting 2.5, 272 and a half, they're getting 5, 275, they're getting 5, they're getting 5, they're getting 5, they're getting 5, 275, 272 and a 5, 275, room, 272 and a 5, fancy, 272 and a 5, they're getting 5, white face cattle, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 272 and a half, they're getting 250, 255, 255, 255, they're getting 55, they're getting 5, they're getting 5, they're getting 5, y'all see them? Bring them back in here. Hold that gate. Okay. I'm going to see if I can get more for them, Terry. For some odd reason, I thought they'd bring more. They're steers, they're black ballies, 250. 255, 255, and 255, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 255 here, they're the Bray, 250 Bray, 250. But I was wrong. Again. Black nose Charlet steer. And they're going to 235, 235, they're going to 5, 7.5, 235, 7.5, a good one now, 7.5, 235, 7.40, and 242 and a half, they're going to get 42 and a half, 5, 247 and a half, 50, 250, they're going to get 50, they're going to get 52 and a half, 5, 255, 7.5, 60, 260, they're going to have to get your phones, 260, they're going to get your brass Haynes, 257 and a half, number 65. White bulls, good bull calves, $2, 2.5, 202 and a half, 5, 202 and a half, 5, 205, 202 and a half, 5, 7.5, 10, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 220, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 220, 217 and a half, 20, 220, 20, 220, 220, 20, so 217 and a half, feeling 6. Same deal, Dennis. Same deal. Five steers here. A little good old Brangus cross calves right there now. 250 and 255 and 255. Vertical 55, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, and 255, vertical 55, vertical 5. Terry, look at 255 out the gate. 255, 255, 60, 260, 260, 265, and 65, vertical 265 and 265. Anybody else? 265 and 5, vertical 5, vertical Bray. 260 Bray, 260. Here's our brothers. Talk about a good set of steer calves. These are supposed to be steers. Already worked, had to round the shots. Good black calves right there. 250, at 252 and a half, at 250, to get 2 and a half, to get 252 and a half, at 250, 250, to get 2 and a half, at 255, 255, to get 60, 260, to get 60, to get 255, 60, at 260, 255, 60, 255, 60, and behind 260, 255, 60, 255, 60, and 60, to get 60. Sold on the internet, 255. Mr. White, is that right? Daryl White. Thank you. Good chaos. There's our brothers. There's her brothers here. They're getting at 240, and 240, and 240. They're getting 2 and a half, 240, 2 and a half, and 240, 250, 240, 250, 240, 250, and 240. They're getting 2 and a half, they're getting 240, and 40 pound, but they get 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, and 240. They're getting 40, they're getting 40, they're getting 40, and 40, they're getting 40, 30, and 230, 2 and a half. 232 and a half, butter black calves, 230 and 230 and 232 and a 5, 235, 232 and a 5, 232 and a 5, 235, 7 and a half, 237 and a half, 235, 7 and a half, 237 and a half. So 235, Chamlin O. Steers for heifer price. Jeff, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Fawcett Ranch, 60 days, 2 rounds. 60 days, 2 rounds. What the mail says, people. Got a steer on there. Nice calves, guys, right here. 2 1/4, 225, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, and 225, 30, and 230, to get 30, to get 5, and 540, to get 245, to get 45, and 245, and 50, and 250, to get 245 now, 50, and 245 now, 50, to get 50, to get 50, and 50, to get 50, KK, 245, 340. Ask Gary. Good job, Dennis. All right, let's weigh him. Put him outside in the pen. Y'all look him over. We're gonna weigh him, but I may sell him in a minute. Or I may put him on another deal. There might be some little ones behind. Okay, heifer cattle again. 25 more of them. 60 days. Okay, yeah, they are bigger though. There we go. Every cattle here now. 225, 225, to get now 25, 25, 225, and 30, to get 230, to get 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 30, and 2.5, and 230, to get 30, to get 225, to get 30, and 225, to get 30, 2.5, 230, 2.5, 237.5, and 40, and 42.5, 242.5, 45, and 42.5, 242.5, to get 5, now 7.5, now 50, 252.5. Now 5, now 7.5, 60, 262.5, now 5, now 7.5, now 70, 2.5, 5. KK, put them on number 349 or 359, 340. What you got back here? Steer? No, I don't want a yard out yet. I don't want a yard out yet. No. No. Let's go over here. I'll go over there. Same man's cattle. Let's finish him up, okay? Bigger heifers. Now set heifers 60 days weaned, 60 days here, 220, and 220, to get now 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, and 220, 2.5, 5, and 225, 7.5, to get 7.5, to get 30, and 230, 2.5, to get 5, and 35, to get 35, to get 35, 237.5, and 235, 7.5, and 237, and 40, and 240, to get 41, to get 41 internet, 241, and 241, 2, 242, 3, to get 4, and 45, and 240. 45, 45, 6, and 46 $, to get 245, 46 $, and 245, 46, and 45, to get $6 here. Internet, 245. Bryce, Haynes, 55. 10 more heifers. Little cross bed heifers off of them. Cross heifers off of them. 60 days weaned. 220 and 220 to get 2 and 220 to get 25 to get 20 better than 20 to get 20 to get 22 and 224 and 24 6 226 8 and 28 30 232 232 232 4 and 34 to get 36 and 36 38 38 238 Bryce 40 and 40 to get 2 244 and 46 48 250 250 Brass and 50 and 248 50 248 50 to get 50 KK at 248. Put up number 340. Okay, bring it back. Very good, Dennis. Good job. Good job. Now they're bringing one back. But you was very observant. Thank you. You might get to carry the groceries next time. Doubt it. You did today, though, didn't you? This is a steers off them Fawcett cattle. Same K's, guys, right here. Get a little steer K's right there, and they're 60 days weaned. At 275, at 275, and again at 75, and again 5, and again 5, and again 5, and again 5, 275, at 275, and again 75, 50, at 252 and a half, at 252 and a half, and again 252 and a half, and 2.5. I got that man right down there, 250. Now 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 257.5, 250, huh? 60 plus days, yes, sir. 265, 7.5, 70, 272 and a half, 272 and a half. Anything else, Gary? 272 and a half. 272 and a half. So 270 KK 345. 60 days. Nice scales here. Enter to get 240 and 240. Enter to get 2.5 and 245. Enter to get 240, 2.5, 245 and 7.5. Enter to get 7.5, 50 and 250. No, 250 and 250, 2.5 and 250, 2.5 and 57.5. Enter to get 57.5 and 55, 7.5 and 55, 7.5. Enter to get 60. You get 7.5, 60, 260, 262. KK 260, 345. Thank you. Is that Mr. Jones? Is that Mr. Jones? Is that Mr. Jones? Right there. Might be. All right, little crossbred cattle off of them. $2, 2.5, and 202.5. They're weaned now. 202.5, and 202.5. Better get now 2.5. Better get $2, and $2 bill 2. Better get now 2.5. Better get 2.5. Better get 202.5, and 2.5, and 205, 7.5, 10. Better get 10, 12.5, and 15. Better get 17.5, 20, and 222.5, 5, and 27.5. Better get 227 and 30, and 232.5, and 232.5, and 7.5, 40, and 240. Better get 40. Where are you? Yeah, 242.5, 5, 245, 242.5, 245. KK 242.5, 345. This will be the Gandy cattle, is that right? Terry Gandy, 11 heifers. No information, guys. Look kind of weaned to me. Gandy. Long weaned. It shows, guys. It shows good long tail heifers. And they're to get 230, and 230, they're to get 30, they're to get 30, they're to get 30, and 230, they're to get 2.5, 5, and 7.5, 40, they're to get 42.5, 45, and 7.5, they're to get 50, and 252.5, they're to get 52.5, and 55, 7.5, and 257.5, back to you, and 255, 7.5, and now 7.5, 60, and 260, they're to get 62.5, and 265, and 65, they're to get 205, they're to get 260, 205, and 205, 260, 205, KK, 262.5, 340, no, 340, got you. Long wean now, 225, and 225, better get now 7.5, and 225, 7.5, better get now 7.5, and 225, better get 7.5, better get 30, and 232, and 34, better get now 34, better get 6 here, better get now 8, and 38, now 38, 40, and 240, 2.5, better get 2.5, 240, 2.5, and 240, 250, 240, 250, 240, 250, and 250 here, Bryce, 240. 5. The Gandys. Steer mates. Wean forever, Gary tells you now. Nice cattle. They show everything you like. Be a blue eye on them. 240 and 240 to get 2.5 steers now 240 and 240 to get 40 to get 40 to get 40 to get 2.5 and 240 2.5 to get 2.5 240 2.5 and 240 250 240 255 and 245 and 240 255 and again got him I got him 245 internet's out 245 now 7.5 now 50 and 250 and 250 they're going to 2.5 and 255 and 255 they're going to 55 they're going to internet shot 255 250 2.5 5 250 2.5 5 and 5 KK 252 and a half 3 4 5 three more steers right there now. They're going to 2.25, 2.25. They're going to 25, 25, 25, 225, and 225. They're going to 25, 25, 25, 30, and 230. They're going to 30. They're going to 30, and 230. They're going to 30. They're going to 35, and now 40. They're going to 40, 40, 40, 240, and 235, 40, and 235, 40, 235, 40. They're going to 40. They're going to 40. So 235. Internet 235. Bryce Haynes, number 26. Thanks again, Andes. Now you can go over here if you want to. Who was wanting it sold? Troy wanted it sold. I mean, who was calling? Okay. Just spotted animal for sale, TJ. He's pretty good. Pretty nice. 230 and 230 to get at 30 to get 30 and 230 to get at 35 to get 30 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 20 220 220 220 to get at 20 to get at 20 to get at 20 to get 220 and 220 to well $2 in $2 2.5 202.5 Bryce you go to sleep 202.5 5 205 I woke him up 7.5 so 205 0 Shamlin back your way it's a long tail heifers here John Rubio cattle from Boswell, Oklahoma. Antonio Rubio. 60 days. 60 days weaned. They've had 2 rounds of shots. 230 and 230 to get 2.5 to get 232.5 and 5 232 and a 5 232 and a 5 and 232 and a 5 to get 5 to get 5 600 to get 6 7 and 7 8 to get 39 to get 40 and 2 to get 2 to get 42 to get 244 and 44 6 here 46 and 8 and 48 50 and 250 to get 52 and 254 and 256 258 to get 258 and 258 to get 8 to get 8 to get 8 258 KK 256 KK, put him on number 359 340 340. Bigger heifers off him. Bigger heifers off him. 60 days wean now. Good black heifers. 2.25. 2.25. You can now 25, 25, 25, 7.5. Better get 30 and 232 and a half. Better get 232 and a half. 5 and 235, 7.5 and 7.5. Better get 40 and 242 and a half. Better get 42 and a 5 and 245. Better get 242 and a 5 and 242 and a 5. 242 and a 5 and 45. Better get 5. Better get 5. Better get internet. 242 and a half. Bryce Haynes, number 55. Starting on the steers off of them, folks. Starting on the steers. Huh? Rubio. Yep, sir. 60 days wean. Good steers. Good old steers right there. Now, is that all that way? I guess so. Balls up. Yeah, Boswell. And they're get 250 and 250. They're get long wean now. 250 and 250. They're get 50 now. They're get 50. They're get 50. They're get 2.5 and 250 2.5 and 250 2.5. They're get 250 250 and 250 250 and 250 250. Balls out now. 2.5 and 50 2.5. Right over now 2.5. KK 250. Put them on 345. 3 more of them guys down Boswell. Boswell. Good average, good steers right there. 235 and 235. It'll get 7.5, 40 and 240. It'll get 42. It'll get 4. It'll get 46 here. 48 and 48, 50. It'll get 2. It'll get 252, 4 and 56 and 56, 254, 56, 254, 6 and 8, 258, 60. 260 internet, 262, 262, and 2, to get 2, to get 2, to get so 260. It'll be Bryce Haynes, number 65. Nice set of females. You got this guy in front of us, long-haired guy. Sights cattle, folks. Collinsville, Texas, 45 days. 45 days wean the sights cattle at 230 at 230 to get 2 to get 232 at 230 to get 2 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 4 and 34 36 38 and 40 to get 42 to get 44 and 46 here to get 46 8 and 48 and 248 248 248 to give 800 to give 8 to give 800 to give 8 so 246 a big brass put them on number 60 no 55. Heifer cattle 45 days, might be longer. Might be longer. Here we go. We're going to have 210 and 210. They're going to have 12 and a half and 210, 12 and a half. They're going to get 12 and a half. They're going to get 210, 12 and a half and 12 and a half here. They're going to get 12 and a half, 212 and a half. Big average and 212 and a half, 15 and 215, 17 and a half. They're going to get 17 and a half and 217 and a half, 20 and 220. They're going to get 22 and a half and 5 now 7 and a half. They're going to get 227 and a half and 225, 7. Did you get it? 30. And 30, 232, 232, 232, 232, 232. Where are you? 232, 232. I got Dennis, I think. 232. I'm confused. Well, it don't matter who I had. So 230, Gary Thielen. Guess not. 31. 31 in Franklin. Now Dennis is mad. No, we are not. 5 steers right here. The sights cattle are 45 plus days and 45 days here. They're to get 230 and 232 and a half and 232 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get 230, 250 and 230, 250 and 232 and a 5 and 35, 7. They're to get 9. They're to get 9 here. 41. They're to get 43 and 45. They're to get 47. They're to get 49 and 51. They're to get 53 and 55. They're to get 55 internet 255 and 7 and 257 and 255, 7, to get 7, to get 7, and 7, to get 7, and Troy, 255, 5, 5. I bet they've been weaned longer than that right there now. Good old steers out there. They're looking at 230 and 232 and 238 to get 2 and 232 4 and 34 6 38 to give 8 on here 238 and 238 to get 236 you to give 8 and 238 long wean 40 240 240 240 KK 238 371 Grandfield, grounds cattle. Greenfield or Grandfield? Grandfield. These heifers come down here at Grandfield. 35 days wean, and they are hot wire broke. Pretty important guys right there. 235, 235, 235, 7.5, 7.5, 235, 7.5, 235, 7.5, 7.5. Anybody else here? 7.5, 237, 7.5. Might be the worst thing I've done today. 235, 7.5, 237.5. Boys, there's a pair was too cheap. Gary Thielen. 237.5. They're weaned. 237.5. Don't like them. 40. So 237.5. How? 31. There was a 55 earlier. 6 more of these heavy guys are hot wire broke. They come down here southwest Oklahoma. 225, 225, 225. They're going to 25, 7.5. They're 30, 232. They're going 4. They're going 4. They're going 36, 36, 236, 236. Internet's out 68, 238. They're going 800. They're 800. They're 38, 38, 38, 238, 40, 240. Internet 240, 240. They're going 238, 40, and 40. They're going 40. They're going 40. They're going 40. They're going 40. They're Troy 238, 14. Steers 55, steers 65, steers 65, I think. Male John. Same case, guys. They're all weaned for 35 days. They won't run over a hot wire. 240, 240, to get 2.5, to get 240, 2.5, 240, 255, to get 45, to get 40, 2.5, 247.5, 7.5, you get it 7.5, to get 7.5, 50, 250, 2.5, 250, 2.5, internet 5, 55, to get 7.5, 60, to get 2.5, 260, 2.5, internet got 2.5, 260, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, Barnhart 260, 38. They are good. What do you got here? An Efficass? Looks like some genetics. Looks like some genetics. Is this slick? Maw? Right off the cow, and I mean good cows. This man has spent a fortune on his cows and his kids. Not really in that order. Nice cattle, folks, right here. They're to get 235, 40, 235, 40. They're to get 40, they're to get 5, 245, 50. They're to get 50, they're to get 5, 255, they're to get 55, they're to get 5. Fancy, 255, they're to get 55, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, 255. So 250, put them on Hal 31. 8 more of the Jervis cattle. Single them out and look them over, folks. They're not a bad animal anywhere. Good quality, good quality. 235, 7.5, 235, I get 7.5, 235, I get 7.5, 7.5, 40, 42.5, I get 5, I get 7.5, 50, 252.5, 5, 57.5, I get 257.5, Jerry, and 60, 262.5, I get 5, 7.5, I get 70, I get 270, 270, I get 70, I get 70, 270, I get 70, Jeff Reuter, 267.5, 4. 9 more of them. Raise you up a cow right here, Antonio. Ra- raise you up a cow. That'll be some of the better cows you own if you keep them for cows. 225, 225, vertical now 25, 25, 25, 7.5, vertical 7.5, 225, vertical now 7.5, vertical 30, 230, vertical 2, vertical 34, vertical now 36, 38, vertical 8, 40, vertical 240, vertical 40, vertical 40, 238, 40, 238, 40, 238, 40, 240, vertical now 40, vertical now 40, vertical 40, short, 238, 4X. Gonna breed them someday. May already be bred. Maybe not. Here's steers. Here's little steers. Bull calves. They're bull calves. Here's the mates to them, guys. There won't be better black cattle in this ring this week. 275, 275, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 80, 285, vertical 5, vertical 90, vertical 5, vertical 95, 3, 305, vertical 10, 305, 10, 305, 10, 310, vertical 305, 10, 305, vertical 10, 10, 10, 310, vertical 310, vertical 10, so 305, Hayes, oh. Bulls. Extraordinary. Extraordinarily good stock right there. 275, 275, vertical 5, vertical 80, 285, vertical 5, vertical 90, vertical 5, vertical 95, 3, $3 here, 3, vertical $3, vertical 3 out of here, 3, 305, 305, vertical 5, 10, vertical 310 internet, 310, 15, and now 20, now 5, 330, 330 internet, 330, vertical 35, vertical 5, 40, 345, 50, 355, and now 60, 60 internet, 360 and 70 and 365. Now 75, 375 internet, 375, 80 and 380, 375, 80, 375, 80. So 375, and that'll be Bryce Haynes. No, Evans. Evans. On the internet. Evans. Called Bryce to die. Bull calves, guys. Here they're gonna have fancy bull calves. I entered 275 and 275, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, 275 and 275, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, and 275. Vertical pretty girl, pretty boys. 275 and 275, vertical 260. Now 5, 265, 265, 70, 270, 270, 270. 270, 270 here, David, yeah, 270 and 70, 70, don't know the rules here, 270, 70, 70, so 265, put them on, Evans. The rules. Today. There's some bulls. They make a breeding bull. There'll be one or two of them. That'll be great. $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 205, vertical 7.5, vertical 10, and 210, vertical 210, vertical 27.5, 10, and 210, vertical 10 to 5, vertical 10, vertical 10, vertical 10, vertical 10, and 27.5, 10, 210. Anybody else? 210, 27.5, 10. So 207.5, Thielen. 16, just 6. Thin and 6. Guys, thank you. Little ones probably bought more dollars than the big ones. It is what it is, isn't it? Good to see you, young lady. Tell the boys hi. Whoa, 90 days, Wayne Lewis. He's got his hat off, guys. Get ready. They're what? Gilvy sired? Gilvy sired. Both are good ones. Good job. Good job, Lewis. 90 days weaned. And 250, at 250, it'll get 2.5, high 7.5, it'll get 60, it'll get 2.5, at 260, 2.5, at 260, 2.5, it'll get 2.5, it'll get 2.5, at 260, 2.5, and 5, 267.5, 267.5, and 7.5, it'll get 7.5, Troy, 265, 13. Here's 6 more of them. 235, 90 days, 235, and 235, 7.5, 48, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 237.5, to get 40, 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 242, 244, 246, 248, 250, and 252, 254, and 256, 256, internet, 254, 6, 254, 6, 254, 6, Barnhart, 31. Here's steers. 90 days. Lewis does an excellent job with them. He made them look alike, man. Gelby Cross, 90 days, and it'll get 265, and 265, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, it'll get 5, 7.5, and 7.5, it'll get 5, it'll get 7.5, and 267.5, and 7.5. Anybody else? Now 70, now 274, and 76, 278, 278, 80, and 280, it'll give 80, it'll give 80, it'll give 80, 280, and 278, 80, 280, 280, Hayes, 278, 5. That would be cheaper. Beggins. $20. Good steers here. It'll get at 245, at 245, it'll get at 45, it'll get 7.5, it'll get 50, and 252, it'll get 4, it'll get 6, it'll get 8, and 860, it'll get 2, it'll get 4, it'll get 4, and 6, 66, 8, 8 here, 70, it'll get 270, and 272, and 274, 276, 278, 278, 80, and 282, 284, 286, 288, 288, 288, 90, 290, 290, 290, 290, to get 90, to get how? 288, number 60. Bring the Charlet back. Thank you, Lewis. Can you believe that the sale's not over and you already sold out? You can believe it? All right. Yeah. I knew there'd be something. I knew there'd be something. About damn time. What you got here? Been on the pasture for 60 days, guys. They've had the Covection 8. Had the pre-sponse Angus. Yes, sir, we go. Wait, to get 250, 255, to get 55, to get 5, 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 255, to get 60, to get 260, to get 60, to get we're behind. 260, 255, 60, 255, 60, 250, 62 and a half. 262 and a half, 262 and a half, 262 and a half, 260, 250, to get 2 and a half. So 260, Jeff 35, 45. Same cattle, guys. Been on the grass. I don't want the grass here. 235, 235, and I get 7.5, and 40, and I get 2.5, and I get 45, and I get 47.5, 50, and 250, and I get 50 over here, and 250, and I get 247.5, 50, and 240. Yeah. 252, 252, 4, 56, 58, 258, 260, 262, 264, 262, 4, and 24, and I get 4, how? 262, 60. How? 60. You can do whatever you want to, Hal, as long as I'm up here. Single heifer right there, 900 to get that 2 2.25, but out on grass, 230 and 230 to get that 235, and to get 5, and to get 45, and to get 45, 50, and 250, and to get 50 down here, and 245, 50, and 50. Everybody all want to be at 50, and to get 50, and to get sold 245, feeling 32, 31. Be the Minger cattle from Mentor, Manrona, and Rona. They've had around the shots. And they've been wormed, the male says. Wormed and had around the shots. There's a load of them. Good kids. Got here. Good Charlotte crosses. 240 and 240 to get 2.5. And 240, 2.5. And to get 2.5. And to get 2.5. Out the gate, 2.5. And 240, 250, 240, 250, 240, 250. And 240 to get 2.5. And to get 2.5. And to get 2.5. How? 240. 31. Here's 14 more of them. Be the Mentor kids right there. Got a pretty good cross there, William. Pretty good Charlotte cross, Red Angus cross. And a blacker two, and a blacker two here. They're going to 235, at 235, they're going to 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, at 235, they're going to 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 600, at 235, 6, 7, and 7, 8, they're going to 809, they're going to 40, they're going to 241, and 41, they're going to 242, they're going to 241, 2, 3, and 243, 4, and 244, 5, and 6, here, they're going to 7, they're going to 8, they're going to 48, 49, and 50, and 251, they're to get 52, they're to get 53, they're to get 54, and 55, 56, 57, and 8, and 58, 9, they're to get 59, they're to get 58, 9, and 258, 9, they're to get 89, Troy, 258, 14, 13. Thank you, sir. Well, you're so polite today. What'd you do over the weekend? I wouldn't be surprised. $23 more of them. Out of round of shots on the cow. Mentor cattle. Look for a lamb on the last ones. Or on this one. The last one. Look for a lamb on the one. Same Heifers guys right there now. 230 and 230 to get a one and 231 to get a 38 to get a 100 to get a 31 to get a 231 and 231 to get a 100 to get a 100 to get a 1 to get a 1 and 231. No wait too long, guys. 231 and 231 to get a 100 to get a 1 and 1 to get a 1 to get a 1 to get a 1. So at 230. 0. Yep. Good job, young man. Starting on the steers now, Bill. Had a round shots on the mamas. Good Cheyenne crosses. Little boys, crossbred boys. Here, to get a 240 and 240 to get a 40 to get a 40 to get 40 and 240 to get a 40 to get 40 40 40 to get 40 to get 40 to get 40 and 240 to get a 240 to get 40 to get a 40 to get 40 and 40 to get a 40 to get 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/4. 2 1/4. Anybody bid? And 2 1/4, 2 1/4 to get a 2 1/4 to get a $2 a pound. 210, 215. You're getting pretty bad about that. 215, 215. I hope no one does that Wednesday on them Heifers. 215 and 215 to get a 15 to get sold. 210. Chamlin, nothing. Thanks for starting me, though. That means something right there. Here's a good set of steer cattle off of them, boys. Here's them good Charlotte Cross steers. Add around the shots. Here we go. We're going to 235 at 235. They're going to 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235 at 235. Here's somebody an opportunity, guys. At 235 at 35. Same price as the Heifers. 235, 7.5. 235, 7.5. 235, 37.5. Anybody else? 235, 7.5, 40. 240, 240, 238, 40. 241, 241. 241. Who? 242. 242. 241, 2. 241, 2. JH 241. 6. Here's 24 more. Shawcross. 24 of them. Had shots on their mamas. They can make a big old set of feeder steers next spring. Except that one will be dead. Guys, they make a big old set of feeder steers next spring. And 220, and 220, to get out 20, to get out 20, to get out 20, and 220, to get out 222, and 222, to get out 200, to get out 220, to get 2, and 222, 24, and 224. Now 226, internet, 226, and 228, and 28, to get 800, to get 30, and 230, internet, 230, to get 2, and 232, to get 34, and 32, 4, to get 34, 34, 4, 6, and 236. 236, 234, 236, 234, 236, 234, 6. Rice, 234, Bryce Haynes. Boy's got good cattle, doesn't he? Mr. Minter, that's a good set right there. One round. There's Weaned. Worm. When they had a round of Wormer. He's got an outstanding cross set of Heifers right there. 220, and 220, to get 2, and 222, to get 2, to get 2, to get 2, and 222, to get 2, to get 2, to get 2, to get 222, and 224, and 24, 5, to get 226 here, to get 6, and 7, and 8, to get 228, now 9, to get 30, and 31, to get 32, to get 33, to get 34, 5, and 235, to get 234, 5, and 234, 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 5, 5. So 234, Chamlin, 0. Minter's on the steer calves right here now. Some more of them crossbred steer calves. They get bigger than this house. I to get 235, 235, to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, 235, to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, 235, to get 35, to get 10, 210, 210, 212 and a half. 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, I get 12 and a half, I get 210, 12 and a half. What you bid? 15, 17, 19, 220. Chamberlain 219. Straight. Same deal, Mr. Mentor's cattle. That's what they look like when they get bigger. Good big Charolais cross animals. 2 and a quarter, you're going to get 25, 25, 25, 225, 30, 230, you're going to get 30, 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 225, who'll get 30, you're going to get 30, you're going to get 30, Bryce, where are you? 230, 230, you're going to get 225, 30, 2 and a half, 230, 2 and a half, 5, 235, 7 and a half, 40, 240, you're going to get 40, 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 Champion, 237 and a half, 0. Mr. Mentor, we sure appreciate it very much, man. You do a good job. Good job. You had one we're going to get back probably. Same deal? McKissick. Wern and they're started on feed. There we go. We're going to 220, 220, to get 2, 222, to get 2, to get 2, to get 2, to get 2, to get 4, 24, 26 here, 8, 28, 30, 232, to get 4, to get 34, 32, and 34, 232, 234, 232, 234, to get 4, to get 4, so 232, Chamberlain O. There's one more steer of Tom's McKissick. Good brindle steer right there now to get $2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, 5, and 202 and a half, 5, to get 205, to get 205, to get 205, and 205, to get 202 and a half, 5, and 202 and a half, 5, to get 202 and a half, 5, and 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, and 5, to get 5, to get 5, Chamberlain, $2, put them on number nothing. Here's Karen's dad's. Here's Karen's daddy's cattle, Mr. Mead. Well, sure. Karen said they're a long time wing. Had 2 round of shots. And whatever everybody else says. Yeah, he's had these turned out down to the river. He's had these turned out at the river. Look at a good set of heifers. Dennis, I'm thinking about you. Alan Mead. Karen's dad. There you go. We're looking at 230, 230, to get 2, 234 now, 6, 36, 38, to get $8.40, to get 242, and 44, to get 46, here's 248, and 48, 50, and 250, to get 50, to get 250, and 248, 50, 248, 50, and 250, to get 50, Thielen, 248, Thielen number 31. Pragum. Thank you guys. Here comes the steers. There's steer mates to them. 240, and 240 to get 2 and a half, and 242 and a half to get 5, and 245, 7 and a half, 50 to get 2 and a half to get 5, and 7 and a half, 62 and a half, and 5 to get 7 and a half to get 7 and a half, and 67 and a half. Internet shot 267 and a half, 267 and a half, 267 and a half to get 7 and a half. Now 70, 270, 270, 272. Internet 272, 272. So 270. How 60. 4 more of them. That's what they look like when they grow up, boys. They are nice. They've been weaned for a long, long, long time. 240 and 240 to get 2 and 4 to get 44 to get 244 to get 60 to get 8 to get 50 to get 2 and 252 to get 2 4 and 6 256 254 6 8 and 58 to get 258 258 256 8 258 258 800 to get KK 256 number 371. Thank all you guys for helping her and her dad. This will be the Meadows cattle. Sent it right up here. We had some Meadows last week, John. Remember them cattle, Billy? His are better than his brother's. Absolutely. They're not sold yet, I promise you. They're better than your brother's. Spent lots of money on bulls, and it shows. When them cattle come in here last week, they kind of stuck out like a sore thumb. Here they are. Outstanding set of cow makers right there. Two round of shots. They had a round of shots. I had her to get 235, 235, to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 2.5, to get 5, 47.5, 50, and 2.5, to get 5, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, and 7.5, 60, and 260, to get 257.5, 60, and 260, to get $60, and 60, to get 60. So 257.5. Put them on Troy number 14. Here's 27 more. Guys, anybody want to make a cow? There's going to be a time you're going to look back and wish you'd have done some of this. These kind are not for sale every day. Out of the best bulls money will buy. Outstanding is right. Easy to handle. 235, 235, to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 7.5, 235, 7.5, 235, 7.5, to get 7.5, 35, 6, 235, $6 here. I won't be back, guys. 7, 237, 236, 7, 237, to get 7, to get 7, to get 7, and 7, to get 7, to get 7. So 236, Bryce Haynes. Put him on number 55. Ooh. You'll love that deal. Here's the steers, Mr. Meadows. Here's the steers now. Go back a few inserts while they bring Mike's cattle up that alley. It's Mr. Browning cattle right there now. 225, 225, to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 225, to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, and 230 to get behind more, 230, and 230 to get 2, and 232 to get 232 to get 232, 4, and 34 to get 2 to get 4, to Jeff Reuter, 232, 4. Heifers. Those are nice heifers right here now. Nice heifers. We'll get on that string of heifers in just a minute, guys. Right there. And 2.25. 2.25. You're taking at 30. You're taking at 30. You're taking at 30. And 230. You're taking 32. 4. And 34. 6. 38. 38. 38. 38. 238. 40. And 240. You're taking 38. 40. You're taking 40. You're taking 40. And 238. You're taking 40. You're taking 40. You're taking 40. You're taking 40. Feeling. 238. Number 31. Look at the good bull calves right there, guys. Hey, they're taking at 240, at 240, they're taking at 2.5, at 240, 2.5, they're taking 240, they're taking 40, they're taking 40, at 240, they're little black calves here, 240, at 240, they're taking 40, they're taking 40, they're taking 40, they're taking 40, at 240, they're taking at 240, they're taking at 42.5, at 240, 2.5, 5, 245, they're taking at 45, they're taking 5, they're taking 5, they're taking 5, they're taking 5, and 45, Mr. Evans, 245, Evans, 245, Evans on the internet. Well, here's the bigger brothers. Here's the bigger brothers. Bulls right here, 210, at 210 now 12 and a half, 15, and 15 now 20, at 222 and a half, and I get 222 and a half, at 220, and I get 2 and a half, and I get 222 and a half, at 220, 250, 220, 250, bull case here, 2 and a half, at 222 and a half, and I get 2 and a 5, at 225, 7 and a half, 30, at 230, and I get 30, and I get 2 and a half, 232 and a half, at 230, 250, and I get feeded. 230, number 5. Hey, hey, hey. Back to them Meadows calves. Think there's a difference in them. The Meadows calves, folks, they had around the shots. They got good flank. They got a good rib, good top. Bone are easy to handle. They're taking at 235, at 235, they're taking at 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, at 235, what'd you say, 7.5, at 237 and a half, they're taking 40, at 240, they're taking 2.5, now 5, now 7.5, 247 and a half, internet 47 and a half, at 47 and a half, internet's out, 247 and a half, at 245, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, they're taking T, 245, 60, 34 more of them. Michael, hats off to you, buddy. Absolutely the best. $34 more of them. This is a treat. Angus, Angus, Angus. There won't be come any better than that, guys, this whole month. 235, and 235, and 235, and again 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, and 235, and again 7.5, and 235, and again 7.5, and again 235, 6, 7, and 7, 8, 238, 9, and again 940, and 241, and again 42, and 43, and again 44, and again 45, and 46, and again 7, and again 7, 8, and 49, and again 50, and 251, and again 51, 251, and 250 now 1, and 250 now 1. 250 now 1. They're going to 100. They're going to 100. They're going to 1. They're going to 1 T. 250. 60. Thank you, Mr. Appreciate it. Mike did good. Be the Flatman cattle. Munster, Texas. Flatman's, you got anything, Bill? John may have it. Talk to me. Hold gate. Munster, Texas. Look Wayne to me. Nice set of feeder heifers. Nice set of feeder heifers. 80 days. 80 to 90 days. Thank you. 80 to 90 days. Here we go, right here now. There to get 230, at 230, there to get at 2, at 232, there to get 2, there to get 4, there to get at 5, there to get 235, at 234, 5, there to get 6, there to get at 7, there to get 8, at 38, 9, 39, 40, there to get 41, there to get 42, at 43, and 44, 45, at 46, here's 7, there to get 8, at 9, there to get 50, there to get 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, at 7, or 8, there to get 8, 258 here, 9, use your internet, 258, 257 and 8, 257 and 8 here, 8 there, I'm going to give 8, I'm going to give 8, Jeff Reuter, 257, 16, Preg, 16 more, I'm John, 80, 90 days wean, good set of feeding heifers. John said he guarantee these open. Right here, good heifers right here now. They're going to 200, they're going to 220, and 222, and 224. They're going to 222 and 4, 6 here. They're going to get 7, and 7, 8. They're going to get 28, 9, 29. They're going to get down 9, 9, 30, and 231. They're going to get 231. They're going to get 231, and 230 now 2, and 231, 2, 3, and 233. They're going to get 33, 4, and 34, 5, and 235. They're going to get 35. They're going to get 600, and 6 here. 235, 36, and 235, 236, 235, 6 here. They're going to get Thielen. 235, 20, X Preg. Flatman steers. Flatman steers right there. 80 to 90 days weaned. 80, 90 days wean. Wow. Here we go. We're going to have 240, and 240. They're going to have 2.5. They're going to get 2.5, 240, 2.5, and 240, 2.5, and 47.5. They're going to get 47.5, and 245, 7.5. They're going to get 7.5, 50, and 250, 2.5. They're going to get 5, and 7.5. They're going to get 60. They're going to get 2.5, and 5. They're going to get 7.5, and 70, and 2.5. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 270, 2.5, 5, 270, 2.5. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5. They're going to Jeff, 270, 2.5. 46. Sell a spotted one off for him. Usually. Well, you can't have too much. There we go, 80 to 90 days wean now. Feeder steers, they're to get a 235, a 235, they're to get a 5, 7.5, they're to get 5, 7.5, a 235, 7.5, and 40, and 42, they're to get 44, weigh 'em. 46, and 46, 8, 48, 52, 50, they're to get 2, they're to get 4, they're to get 54, 6, and 56, 8, 58, they're to get 258, 60, and 2, they're to get 2, they're to get 4, they're to get 6, here, they're to get 8, and 68, internet chat, 268, and 268, 268, they're to give 800, they're to give 8, we're to give 8, we're to give 8, we're to give 8, 268, Jeff Reuter, 266, 60, 66. Look here, folks. Mr. Flatman, I'm proud of you guys. You did a good job. Wean them right, 80 to 90 days wean them right. Here we go. I to get at 235, at 235, to get at 7.5, to get 40, to get 42 and a half, 5, at 7.5, 50, to get 2.5, 5, at 7.5, 60, to get 260, at 262 and a half, at 262 and a half, 262 and a half, at 262 and a half, to get Jeff Reuter, 260, 6-7. Yeah, I'll take T. T. Okay. T. You want something? Anton, you need anything? Nothing. You want anything to drink? One T. 45 days wean, guys. 45 days wean. Move them, John. Raised them all 45 days. We in Amber, Oklahoma. And to get at 235 and 235 to get 40 to get at 40 to get 40 Amos and 40 to get 235 40 and 235 40 to get at 35 to get 7.5 and 235 7.5 to get 7.5 and 235 7.5 Amos 7.5 and 235 7.5 and 235 to get $6 better Heifer's House 7 and 237 and 7 George's Heifer's here 7 8 and 38 238 9 and 39, 40, and 41, 42, and 41, 2. I hate for you to get a tongue lashing. And 241, 2, and 241, 2, and 241, 2, KK 241, 359. What do you say? Here's Oakley's. There's a bad backed animal and spots. This looks a whole lot more like George than it did last week. These cattle have been weaned all summer long. I'll hold that bad back one. 2 1/4. 225, long wean, 230, and 232 and a half, and get 32 and a half, 235, and 7.5, and get 7.5, 40, and 242 and a half, and get 5, and 47 and a half, and get 7.5, internet chat, and 50, and 252 and a half, and 252 and a half, internet chat, 252 and a half, and 252 and a half, 255, and 55, and get 7.5, and 7.5, and get 57 and a half here, and get 7.5, KK, and get 255, number 151, 351, 351. You want the bad back. 20 will do. 20 off one. Gotcha. What did he catch you doing? You won't get him again? Here we go, guys. Here's my little Hadley's little heifer. Show heifer. 220 to get 2 and a half, and 222 and a half, and again 2 and a half. 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 225 and a half, and again since spring, guys, 220 and 220 to get 20 to get 20 to get 20, 10 and 210 to get 10 to get 10 and 210 to get 10 to get 10 and $2 a pound. $2 a pound, guys. $1.50. $2. 2. KK, $2. 340. Thank you. This will be Jeremy Woods cattle. Jimmy Woods. Got anything on them? Where they're from, you know? Jimmy Woods. Pretty good old Charlotte black heifers. 225, 225, Vertigan at 25, 25, 7 and a half, 225, 7 and a half, Vertigan at 7 and a half, 30, and 230, Vertigan 30, Vertigan 2, Vertigan 32, 34, and 34, 32, and 34, and 6, and 236, 8, 238, 40, and 242, Vertigan 44, and 46, 48, Vertigan 8, Vertigan 50, and 250, Vertigan at 50, Vertigan 248, 50, and 248, now 50, Vertigan so 248, 13 on Troy. Mr. Woods got two black steers here, 250 and 250 and 250 to get 2.5 and to get 252 and a half and 252 and a half and to get 250 to get 50 to get 50 and 252 and a half and 252 and a half 5 and to get 7 and a half and to get 60 and 60 to get 2 and a half and 262 and a half and to get 2 and a half and to get 2 and a half and to get 2 and a half. That'd be Evans 260 on the internet. Mr. Woods, a light cattle here now. $2 a pound, $2.10, $2.10. They're getting 10 to buy, but they get 10. $2 here. They're getting 2 to buy, but they get 2, but they get 2, but they get 2.10, and 2.10. They're getting 10 to buy, but they get 10, 10, 10. They're getting 2.10, and 2.10. They're getting 10, 10. Chamberlain, $2. Oh no, nothing. Okay, we're gonna start on a steer cattle off of Mr. Wood. I don't know where he's from. Probably not west. Probably not west. Bulls? No, it says Sears. Their steers here, $2, 2.5, and 202 and a half, 5, and 205, and 202 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 205, and 202 and a half, 5. Their steers, guys, 202 and a half, 55, and 5, and 202 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, Champion, and $2, put them on 0. This will be the Knapp cattle from Greenfield, Oklahoma. Knapp cattle, Bobby Knapp. Fancy calves. Fancy calves right there from Greenfield. Good ones. Here to get 235 and 235, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, 7.5, and 7.5, 40, and 242 and a half, and 5, and 47 and a half, 50, and 252 and a half, and 52 and a 5, and 55, and 7 and a half, and 257 and a half, and 7 and a half, and Troy, 255, put them on 14. Yeah. Billy. How's your conduct been? Above reproach? Ah, get out of here. All right, I got more of the same steers right here now. You told me you quit that stuff. Here we go. At 250, at 250, to get 50, at 250, to get 50, to get 50, to get 50, to get 50, and 250 right there, 2.5, and 2.5. Jeff, you bid 2.5, to get 2.5, and 55, 7.5, 60, and 260. Internet chat, 260, and 260, to get as get phones, and 260, 2.5, and 2.5, to get 2.5, and 65. Yet again, Gary, 265, and 2.5, 5, to get 2.5. What about Jeff? 262 and a half, 45. Cash cattle. 35 days, 2 rounds. Cash cattle. 35 days, 2 rounds. Look at the little white face cattle. Cash. Nice efforts here. They're taking 225 and 225 and 225. They're taking 25, 25, 25, 225 and 225, 7.5 and 7.5. They're taking 220, 7.5, 30 and 232 and a half. They're taking 5 and 7.5. They're taking 40 and 240. They're taking 40. They're taking 237 and a half, 40 and 40. They're taking 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 40. Troy 237 and a half, 14. Here's Steermates. Steermates here, 237 and a half, and 237 and a half, and 237 and a half, and 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 40, and 240, and 2 and a half, and 45, and 45, 242 and a 5, and 245, 242 and a half, 5, everybody else 245, and 242 and a 5, and 5, and feeling 242 and a half, what am number 25. Thank you, Cassius. Let's go to Ardmore. Ardmore, Oklahoma. Brown Ranch. Cody Brown, Ardmore. These cattle have just been banded or castrated. They've just been banded. They're not, maybe hadn't cleaned up yet. Weaned the first day of August. 40 days weaned. And a round of shots. They've had a round shot. Good little cattle right down there in Ardmore, Oklahoma. 240 and 240, they're to get 2 and a half, and 242 and a half, they're to get 2 and a half, they're to get 240, they're to get 2 and a half, they're to get 2 and a half, 5, and 247 and a half, they're to get 50, and 250, they're to get 50, they're to get 52 and a half, and 255, and 55, 7 and a half, they're to get 7 and a half, they're to get 257 and a half, 60, and 260, 260 internet, now 2 and a half, 260, 2 and a half internet, 260, 2 and a half, 5, 265, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, out 70, and 270, now 2 and a half, 272 and a half internet, now 5, 275, 272 and a 5, 272 and a half, 5, Evans, 272 and a half, Evans on the internet. There's 15 more of them guys have been weaned for 40 days. They've had all their shots. They've got some maybe fresh banded. Good chaos here. You're to get a 235, 7 and a half, a 235, 7 and a half, to get 35, to get 7 and a half, 235, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, to get 7 and a half, to get 7 and a half. What's wrong here, guys? 237 and a half, 40, and 240, to get 50, to get 52 and a half, and 52 and a 5, and 55, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5. Internet shot, 255, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 257 and a half, 60, and 260, to get 60 internet, 260, and 60, to get Azagati, and 260, to get Azagati, to get 60, to KK, 257 and a half, put up a number 45, 345. 6 more of the Browns. Brown Ranches, 220, and 220, to get 2 and a half, and 222 and a half, to get 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, they're winged 22 and a half, and 222 and a half, to get 5, 225, 7 and a half, 30, and 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, now 5, 235, 7 and a half, 40, and 240, to get 42 and a half, and 242 and a half, and 240, to get 2 and a half, to get 42 and a half here, Bryce Haynes, 240, number 26. Thank the Brown family for us, John. This is OK beef. 55. 65. 65 days weaned. Had 2 round shots. Chance gives you 42 good little live weight heifers. Weaned 65 days. OK beef. 235 and 235 vertical 35 35 35 35 235 and 235 7.5 vertical 7.5 vertical 7.5 235 7.5 and 7.5 vertical 740 and 242 vertical 44 vertical 44 and 46 here vertical 44 46 and 44 46 244 246 and 246 and now 7 and 47 8 248 Brass Young 7 8 248 and 248 vertical 8 internet's out 248 here. KK 247, number 340. Here's Steers. Steers right there, 9, they're getting at 240, and 240, they're getting 2, they're getting 42, 242, and 242, 240, they're getting 2, 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 and 242, they're getting 42, they're getting 4, and 44 here, they're aim a shot, 44, 6, and 46, 8, 48, 50, 258, and 2, and 254, and 54, 6, 56, 256, 8, and 258, 258, they're getting 800, they're getting 800, they're getting 258, and 258, they're getting 800, they're getting 58. KK 256, put him on number 345. Here's some 31 of them. How long were they winning? 65 days wing, guys. 65 days wing. Nice cattle. 250, 250, to get 2.5, and 250, to get 2.5, and get 250, to get 2.5, 250, 2.5, and 250, 2.5, and to get 2.5, and to OK Beef. 250 to 65 days, and 252 and a half, and 252 and a half, and 255. You bet up here, Amos 255, now 7.5, and 257 and a half internet, 257 and a half internet, and 57 and a half internet's out, 257 and a half, 255, 7.5, now 60. Thank you, 262 and a half, 265, 265, 262 and a half, 5, now 7.5. Now 70. 272 and a half. 272 and a half. KK 270. 345. Get the yard outs. We're going to get these yard outs and be right back on some big bunches cattle. Y'all get ready. There's got 168 in the next draft. 168 heifers in the next draft. See for sale, Jeff. 2 1/4, 225, to get at 30, and 230, to get at 225, to get 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 35, and 235, 7.5, to get 7.5, 40, and 242 and a half, and 242 and a half, to get 5, and 245, to get 42 and a 5, 242 and a 5, and 45. So 242 and a half. Bryce, put him on number 26. John. Yeah. Hello. Who's this Franklin? I mean, Wilson from Franklin, Texas. 168 in one draft. Kind of look it up, see what they are, please. Yeah, you don't feel very good. Dollar a pound, $1.10, 110, 120, 130, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 170. They'll all be looking like this, guys. 170, 160, 70, 80, 90. Sold 180 Ricardo. Lame off Troy. Where is he? Off Mr. Mentor. There's one little bit lame. Not too bad, but he's a little bit lame. 210. 210, and 210, there to get 10, about there to get 10, and 210, there to get 10, there to get 10, there to get 10, there to get 10, and 210, there to get 10, there to get 10, there to get 10, $2, and 2.5, 202.5. She's not that bad, guys. 202.5, 202.5. 202.5, she's a little lame, and 202.5, you don't sell her, Billy. Mr. Mentor, and there to get pure. No. Do what? How? Sully will do. They're to get a 235 and 235. They're to get a 79. Just Charlotte guy 235 and 235. They're to get 7.5 40 and 240. They're to get 40. They're to get 40. They're to get 40 and 42.5. 242. Long wing 242 and a 5 and 7.5 50. They're to get 50. They're to get 2.5 5 and 255. They're to get 55. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. 255 internet. 252 and a 5. 252 and a 5 here. They're to get KK 252 and a half on one number 3 4 5. That all? This will be the Wilson cattle from Franklin, Texas. Be a big group of them. Be 168 in this draft. Wow, there's a good set of Herbers that go on the feed. $60 days. 60 days wean. It's on the sheet. It's on the sheet. 60 days wean. Somebody said 90. Somebody said 60. Somebody said 90. It's probably about 77 and a half. They're weaned, guys. They got that guts. Look at them guts in them. Be over 400 of these altogether. Raised them all. Good set, folks. You know what? They're predominantly black. That's a muddy pot? They've had 3 complete rounds of shots, guys. If you handle right. Make a nice pin heifers. Well, folks, there they are in front of you. Enough to do you some good. Enough to do you some good. 2 good loads of heifers. 2 good loads of heifers, 230, and 230 to get 2.5, and 230 to get 2.5, and to get 230, 2.5, and to get 230, 2.5, and 230 to get 2.5, and to get 2.5, out the gate 2.5, there'll be no cheaper, 5, 235, 230, 2.5, 235, 7.5, 237.5, 40, and 240, and 240 down to Shunky 40, and 240 to get 40 to get 41, and 241 to get 41, 2, and 42 to get 241, 2, and 241, 42, 41, 42, you're out. And 41, 2, 3, and they're going to 243, 44, and 244, and 244, they're going to have 45, and 245, 600, and 600, they're going to have 45, 46, 45, 600. Been on fuel them. 245, 6, 245, 6, 7, 247, 248, 248, and $8 to give $8 to give $8 to give $8 to give. So 247, T5. T5. Good job, thank you. 34 of these steer mates. 60 to 90 days weaned. Had 3 rounds of shots. Probably the light end of the steers, Dennis or Billy. Light end of the steers. Light end of the steers. Good kind, right here now. 240, 240, to get 40, to get 40, and 2.5, 240, 2.5, 240, 2.5. You better up here. 5, 245, to get 45. Internet, yeah, 245, 247.5, and 47.5, 50, 250. Internet, 250, to get 50, to get 50, 250, to get 247.5, 50, 250. Internet, yeah, 250, 247.5, 50, 50, to get 50, to get 52.5, 251, 250. 253, 4, KK 253, 3, 4, 5, 93 more of them. Be some of these tomorrow, I guess, Billy, is that right? Be something to look forward to, go home study. Been 93 of them here. $93 of them, is that right, girl? 93 head of them, 60 to 90 days, or make some big old frame. Eat a lot of corn. Corn's going to nothing. 230 and 230 to get at 30 to get at 30 and 230 to get at 35 to get 30 now 2 and 232 to get 4 to get at 34 6 here 8 and 38 to get 40 and 240 to get at 40 to get 42 and 242 44 and 44 46 here to get at 46 and 244 now 6 244 now 6 daughter to get 244 now 5 now 6 7 and 8 and 9 and 49 50 250 internet 251 to get 2 to get 3 to get 3 and 252 3 and 252 3 and 4 and 254 254 internet 254 5 and 255 and 255 6 256 internet 256 7 257 257 so 256 put them on Bryce number 66. He's going to send them to Galveston. I said, why do you stand there, Dennis? Well, I'm not going to Nebraska. Let's go to Ballswell, Oklahoma, folks. This will be the John W. Lee. Jan, maybe. Jan Lee. There they are. How are you folks? Ballswell, Oklahoma. That's a good town. Good people down there. They've had a round of shots on the cow. There you go. Had a round of shots on the cow. 225, 225, 25, 25, 25, 225, 225, 30, 230, 35, 35, 40, 235, 40, 235, 40, 235, 240, 235, 40, 40, 240, and 40, 40, 40, you bet up here, 240, 235, 40 here, 40, Terry, 235, put them on TD 32. Leonard, you're wanted. You might tell him, Billy. It's a team effort around here, boys. Huh? Well, Jan Lee, you did a really nice job. Woo, Boswell, Oklahoma. A lot of white-faced cattle in there. Got a Hereford somewhere, don't you? Yeah, Angus. Here we go. We're going to get 2 1/4, 225, 225, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, 7 1/2, 7 1/2, 7 30, 230, 2, 232, 234, 34 6, 236, 234 6, 234, 36, 38, 38, 38, 40, 242, 42, 44, 44, 242, 44, 44, 42, 44, 5. 6. So 245. Troy, 14. 14 more of them same heifers. What? Oh, mine. Yeah. And that dog wagging his damn tail. More. Well, folks, they got a good recipe. There's some good heifers. That's what they look like a little bit later in life. They've had all their shots that come right off the cow. You raised every one of them. Got your mamas and daddies at Ballswell, Oklahoma. I entered again at 225, 225, again at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 7 1/2, 225, 7 30, 231, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 236, and 7, 8, 9, 9, 9, 239, and 238, 9, and 238, 239, and 238, 9, 9, Troy, 238, 14. X. 4X. No, 4X. Here comes the boys. Here comes the boys. Growed up with the girls. Got a big old frame. Got a big old frame right there, guys. Here 250, and 250, to get 2.5, and 250, 2.5, and 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 250, to get 2.5, and 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, and 250, 250, and 250, to get 50, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 255, 255, 255, to get 5, to get 5, to get baby behind there. 255, 250, 2.5. So 252 and a half Evans on the internet. 252 and a half Evans. 18 more of Jan's cattle. Yep. There's the next end to them, folks. Aren't they good? And they're all castrated, aren't they, guys? All natural? All knife cut. Cut with a pocket knife, guys. They do it like the old timers do it. Do it good. Do it good here. 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 7.5, 235, 7.5, 40, 242, 44, 46, 48, and 50, 252, 252, 2, internet's in. 252, you're out of here. 252, that's how to bid. 252, 254. 254 internet, 254 internet, 254 internet's out, 254, 252, 54, 252, 254. Feeling 252, feeling 4. Here comes 36 more of them. I bet this is the heart out of the melon right here. John, you been to the Lee place or Boswell? Thought that was kind of your country. Look at the frame on them old steers, guys. Look at the frame right there. You're looking at 240, and 240, you're looking at 2, and 242, you're looking at 200, you're looking at 240, you're looking at 200, you're looking at 2 to 5, you're looking 2, and 242, 4, you're looking 2, you're looking 2, you're looking 2, we together 242, and 242, 242, 242, internet shot, 242, and 242, you're looking 4, and 44, 5, and 246, here you're looking at 7, and 7, you're looking at 47, and 246, 47, and 246, 247, 247, to get 7, feeling 246, feeling number 25. 16 more. You gonna buy some of these Lees? Better get your hand up. Look at that blaze face there. You like him? I do too. They're easy to handle, looks like. Easy to handle. Crossbred steers deluxe. 230, 230, to get 2, 232, to get 4, 32, 34, 32, and 34, 232 and 34, 232 and 4, to get 200, to get 4, to get 200, to get 4, to get 232, 3, 233, 4, 234, 34, brass, 234, 234, to get 400, you bid 4 over here, 234, brass shot, 233, 4, 235, 235, 236, 237, 237, 237, 236, 7, to get 7, to get 7T, 236, number 60X, 60X. Folks, thank y'all. See you next trip. Take care of our Let's go to Sayre, Oklahoma, John. Silk. 280 of these calves. Virus Shield and Vision 7. All the male cattle have been knife cut. Belong to this young man right over here. They're right off the cow, but he has some good Angus cows. Are you kin of them silks at Mangum? Oh my gosh, I work for you. The silks. Good family right there now. Nice case. I enter to get 235, 40, 235, enter to get 40, enter to get 5, 245, enter to get 45, enter to get 5, enter to get 5, enter to get 5, enter to get 5, enter to get 245, 245, enter to get 45. Somebody ought to do that. 245, 245, 245, enter to get 45, 45, 45, 45, 245, 50, 250, enter to get 5, 255, 60, 265, 70, 275, enter to get 75, enter to get 275, 275, 275, Terry, 270, Terry, 270. Here's 59 more of them good heifers. Doc and Bill. Well, they're not carrying very much flesh either, Billy. They're not carrying a whole lot of flesh. I think they'll wean like a dream right there, Dennis. Nice cattle. They've had all the shots. Do what, Mike? What do you say? Yeah, you got the horse's mouth right there. You can ask everything you want. Anything you'd like to share with us, Mike? Pretty cool, aren't they? Where's Jerry Harvey? Nice guy out of western Oklahoma. I to get 235, 40, 235, I to get 7.5, I to get 40, I to get 40, I to get 40, and 40, I to get 42 and a half, I to get 42 and a half, 7.5, 50, and 2.5, 5, I to get 7.5, I to get 27.5, 57.5, and 60, and 260, I to get 82 and a half, 262 and a half, 265, and 62 and a half, 5, 265, 262 and a half, 5, 262 and a half, 5. Real deal, boys. 262 and a half, 5, 7.5, 267 and a half, 70, 270, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 80. Don't miss them. 280, 2.5, 5, 285. 285. So 282 and a half, Troy, 2X. Now, don't get frustrated. What do you mean you? $58 more of them. Sayre, Oklahoma. Won't they though? Really, really sweet. 240, 240, to get that 2.5, to get 240, to get 2.5, and 240, 2.5, 245, 7.5, 50, and 2.5, 5, to get 7.5, to get 257, and 60, and 2.5, 5, and 65, to get 70, to get 70, and 72.5, 72.5, 72.5, and 275, and 277.5, and 277.5, 80, and 282.5, 285, 287.5, 287.5, to get 285, 7.5, everybody else 7.5, 285, 287.5, 287.5. Anybody else? 287.5. Jeff, 285. 4. Here's the steers, Jason. They are nice, aren't they? long, all knife cut, all been castrated with a knife. Western Oklahoma's finest. They'll grow up to be. If I was going to buy a calf, I think out there might be the place to do it. Oakley. 250, 255, 55, 60, 260, 255, 60, 60, and 5, 65, 70, 75, 80, 90, 3, 3, 10, 320, 330, 340, 330, 40, 330, 340, 330, 340, and now 50, $3.50, 60, 360 internet, 360, you've seen them all. 360 internet, 360 internet, 360. So 350. Hayes 3. Isn't that a pretty deal right there, Jason? These are the silks. I used to work for them boys. Mangum, Oklahoma. Still working for them. That's right. Here we go. I entered to get at 275, at 275, 7.5, at 80, to give 80, to give 82.5, 5, and 285, 7.5, and 90, and 290, to get 2.5, to get 5, and 97.5, $3, at $3.10, to get 7, 10, 12.5, 15, and now 20, and 25, to get 30, 335, to get 40, and 345, to get 50, at 355, now 60, at 365, now 70, at 375, at 375, 80, at 380, 375, 80, at 375, you want to give 80, 375, 80, 375, 80. I sold them on the internet at $3.75, and it goes to Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, you're going to love that deal. Well, there's 63 more of them. If you don't get these, you're not going to get any of them sire cattle. Pretty easy to handle, looks like, Jason. You sort of easy to handle Angus cattle. Out of the West. Pretty, aren't they, Billy? Pretty, pretty, pretty. You ain't got to go to Montana. Go to Sayre. 275, 275, 275, 75, 75, 75, 7.5, at 7.5, 277.5, 80, at 285, 90, 95, 3, at $3.05, 310, at 310, 305, 10, at 305, 310, at 310, internet shot 305, 310, at 305, 10, at 310, 12.5, and 12.5, 12.5, 15, now 17.5, now 20. 320 internet, 320, 22.5, 325, 7.5, 30, 330 internet, 330 internet, 330 internet, 320, 32.5, 332.5, 332. Wait on him, wait on you. 332.5, 332.5. I sold him 330. Boring on the internet, Mr. Caleb Boring. Silks, thank y'all. Appreciate you. Here's the Adams cattle. Paducah, they've had a round of the cow. Had a round of shots on their mamas. Pretty good stock. 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, 235, 35, 7.5, 7.5, 40, 242.5, 45, 45, 7.5, 50, 252.5, 5, 55, 52.5, 7.5, 60, 260, 260, 2.5, 265, 265, yeah, 265. Troy, 262.5, 13. No, you're not. Don't ever apologize for that. 34 more. Whole load of them. Paducah, Texas. Had a round of shots on her mamas. They wouldn't be too shabby, would they? They wouldn't be too shabby. 235 and 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235 and 235, 35, 35, 35, 7.5 and 235, 7.5, 35, 7.5 and 235, 7.5, 35, 7.5 and 235, 7.5 and 235, 35, 35 and 35, maybe behind boys 235 and 35, 25, 225, 227.5, 227.5. 227.5, 227.5, 30, 230, 228, 9, 30, 230, 230 a pound, 229, 30. So 229 Troy 4X. Hello. That's okay. I'll call you back. Bye. Pretty good Angus. Pretty good Angus. Paducah. 250 and 250 to get 2.5 and 250 to get 2.5 and get 250 to get 2.5 250 to get 2.5 and 55 to get 7.5 to get 60 and 260 to get 257.5 60 and 260 to get 57.5 60 at $2.60 here to get 60. Jeff Reuter 257.5 number 35. 45. Understand the calf quality is considerably better today than we've seen it in a while, guys. Look at here. Paducah. 235, 235, 7 and a half, 35, 7 and a half, 235, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 235, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, 242, 244, 244, 45, 46 on here, 245, 46 on here, 245, 46, 245, 46, 245, 240 bid, 45, 6, 247, 247, 8, 248, you're to give 8, you're to get 248, T. 247, 60. Thank you. Thank you, folks from Paducah. Is this them? One of them? One more. Never seen you guys sort of line back off in my life, have you? Why are you doing sorting the line back off? I can't believe it. $2, 2.5, 202 and a half, 205, 205, 7 and a half, 10, 15, 20, 5, 25, 7 and a half, and 30, 2 and a half, 32 and a 5, and 35, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 4, you get 7 and a half, 40, and 240, and 237 and a half, 40, 40, 40, 40, and 40, 240, 40, brass Haynes, 237 and a half, put them on number 26. Thank you guys, Paducah. We appreciate it. Nice set of cattle. Now we're going to go to Stringtown. Stringtown's kind of close to Boswell. Got run over by a gravel truck in Stringtown one morning. I don't remember where I was. I sat at a truck stop, and all of a sudden, man, crash, and I looked up at the truck, and brakes leaked off of it and run into me. Woo! Yeah, it stopped when it hit me. Here's the, what, Bowden? Bowling cattle. 90 days. Look here, boys. 90 days wean at around the shots. From Springtown, enter to get 250, 250, enter to get 2.5, 5, 255, enter to get 60, enter to get 2.5, enter to get 260, 2.5, long weaned, 260, 2.5, and 2.5, enter to get 260, 2.5, and 5, 267.5, 70, enter to get 270, 2.5, and 5, enter to get 270, 2.5, 270, 2.5, 270, 2.5, Mike Treese, 270, 2.5, 35. Good deal, Michael. You see that, Gary Reed? You guys take care of yourselves. See you next time. $23 more of them. They're 90 days weaned. 90 days, 90 nights. 240, and 240, to get 2, and 242, to get 2, to get 4, to get 46, 8, to get 50, and 252, to get 252, to 3, and 53, 4, and 55, to get 600, to get 7, to get 7, and 257, and 256, 7, 256, 7, 256, 7, to get 7, to get 7, to get 7. Thielen, 256, Thielen number 31. Here's 12 more of 90 days. $90 on them good big black heifers. A lot of body going right there. 235, 235, and get 7 and a half, and get 40, 240, and get 2, and get 24, and get 6, and get 48, and get 8, 240, 50, 250, and get 2, 252, and get 251, 3, 253, internet 253, 253, 5, 257, and get 57, and get 9, 61, and get 3, and get 263, 261, 3, 261, 263. Jeff Reuter, 261, 16. Pragum. Be about 90 days makes a difference, don't she, Will? Woo! From 220 to 260. Now, here's the steers. Stringtown, 90 days, Dennis. Bowling cattle. 275, 275, 275, 275, 275, 75, 80, and 280, 275, 80, and 280. Anybody else here? 280, 275, 80, 80,000, 80, and 80. Everybody, Jeff Reuter, 275, 45. He's saying dirty words about me, Gary. 46. 36 more. 36 more. 90 days and 90 nights. Pretty good deal right there, boys. Maybe a little staggy one or two. 250, 250, 2, 252, 200, 2, 2, and 254, 54, 6, here, 600, 56, here, 6 out, and 256, 8, and 58, 60, and 262, 2, 4, 4, 6, and 66, here, 65, 6, 7, and 8, 9, 9, here, 9, there, 70, and 271, and 271, 2, 73, and 73, 74, and 75, 76, and 77, 77, 8, and 78, 9, 79, 80, and 281, and 281, 2, 282, 3, 283, 4, 284, half 4, and 5, 286, 287, 287, 7, 286, 7. Jeff Reuter, 286, 66. These are not weaned, nor worked. Not weaned, nor worked. 2 1/4, 225, 7 and a half, 225, 7 and a half, 225, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 227. Was there a bull on them last ones? Promise? I guess you better go look again, Jason. 225, 7 and a half, 225, 7 and a half, 227 and a half, 225, 7 and a half, 225, 7 and a half. Anybody else? 30, 232, 234, 236, 236. So 234, Thielen, 4. I know there was a stag or two. He's a pain in the rock. Not weaned and not castrated bulls here. 210, 210, they're taking 12 and a half, they're taking 210, 12 and a half, 210, they're taking 12 and a half, they're taking 210, 12 and a half. 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, 215, they're going to have 15, 17 and a half, 20, 220, 222 and a half, 5, 225, they're going to 5, they're going to 7 and a half, they're going to 7 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, and 7 and a half, Thielen, 225, Thielen 6. Thank you guys for that consignment. Two 6X will do. Here's a black whale cattle from Wayne, Oklahoma. They look weaned. 60 plus. They show it. 2 rounds, have been wormed twice. Looks like one more time might help. Nice thin cattle, guys, right there. 230, 230, 230. Ready to get at 30 there. Ready to get 30. Ready to get 32 and a half. 232 and a half. Ready to get 230, 250. 232 and a half. Ready to get 2 and a half. Ready to get 2 and a half. 230, 250, 230, 250, 230, 250. KK 230. Put on 340. 57 more of them. 60 days read. 60 plus. Don't believe George and Jason got anything today. They hadn't been in the ring. A little early. Might be a little early. Bet their cattle would have been here earlier, though. There's 57 of these Blackwell cattle now. They're waiting 60 days. Wormed twice. All are inoculations once or twice, Gary. Okay. Look at there, boys. I'll tell you what, they changed with a little bit of flesh on them, wouldn't they? 240 and 240. They're taking that 2 and a half and 242 and a half. They're get 2 and a half. They're get 2 and a half. They're get 242 and a half. 5 and 45 7 and a half. They're get 7 and a half. 247 and a half and 245 7 and a half and 245 7 and 50 and 252 and 252. They're taking that 2. They're taking that 254 and 56 and 256 8 258 60 and 260. They're taking that 260 a pound and 262 264 and 64 66 68. 70 at 270, they're to get 70, they're to get 70, they're to get 70, and 272, 272 here over to David Dodd, 270. Put them on 5, just 5. 13 more of them. Where was he from? You remember? Yep. Wayne, Oklahoma. Ricardo. Leonard misses you. Good black steers now. Loads of condition. 250, huh? Are the heifers? And 235, and 235, and 7 and a half, and 235, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, and 7 and 40, and 242 and a half, and 5, and 45, and 7 and a half, and 50, and 250 internet, 58, 50, 48, 50, and 248, 52, and 252, 4, and 56, 58, or 258, and 256, 258, and 60, and 260, and 60, and just money. 260 and 60 and 60 Jeff Reuter 258 16 Prague. Starting on the steers off of them, folks. Wayne, Oklahoma, Gar Red. Ideal condition. 275. 275 and 275, 7.5, vertical 7.5, vertical 5, vertical 7.5, and 277 of 80, and 282.5, 5, 287.5, 90, and 292.5, vertical 5, and 95, 292.5, 5, 292.5, 5, 7.5, 297.5. Oh, don't get in that hole there. 297.5, 297.5, 3 at $3. $3, Evans, you're out. $3 and 3, 297.5, 3. 297.5, 3. So 297.5. Boring number 10. Boring number 10 on the internet. Blackwell again, 29 more of them steers. Kind of perk him up, Todd. Kind of perk him up. He ain't done much today. I got to get him going. Crank him up. Right, Jerry? I said, he needs to crank you up, get you going today. I like these set of steers. 265, 265, and 265, vertical 5, vertical 7.5, and 65, vertical 7.5, and 265, vertical 7.5, vertical 7.5, and 70, and 271, vertical 72, 73, and 73, vertical 272 and 3, and 272 and 3, and 3, you're out. 273, 273, 273, David Dodd, 272, 6. Mr. Blackwell right there, they're going to 240, and 240, they're going to 2.5, they're going to 240, 2.5, they're going to 240, 2.5, and 5, 247.5, 50, they're going to 2, they're going to 254, they're going to 54, 6, and 58, they're going to 60, and 260, they're going to get on 258, 62, 262, 4, and 6, 66, 8, 68, 70, 270, and 270, both out over here, 70, and 70, they're going to get 70, they're going to Jeff Reuter, 268, 66. Sell a Brangus steer off. You got him, Antone? Who's for them people? Thank you to the Blackwell family. This will be the McKay cattle. They're 120 days weaned. Had a round of shots. They've never, ever had an implant. Pretty good OK is right there with 120 days. Now you're talking Now you're talking 240 and 240 to get 2.5 and 240 to get 2.5 to get 2.5 and 7.5 50 to get 2.5 5 and 55 to get 52 and a 5 5 5 internet shot 5 250 2.5 257.5 and 7.5 255 7.5 255 7.5 and 7.5 to get 7.5 here to Troy 255 18 13 13. 24 more. The McKays, 120 days. Nice Evers. Nice Evers. Ween forever. Trouble free. 240 and 240 to get at 2 and 240 to get at 200 to get at 242 to get at 200 to get at 2 and 242 outside 42 42 42 and 242 to get anybody else 242 3 243 4 244 245 246 246 Jeff you only get 6 247 248 248 9 50 and 251 252 252 251 2 David 251 2 Jeff 251 2 Barnhart 251 31. This will be the Warren cattle from Temple. What? 75 to 90 days? Well, okay. Pretty nice little okay. This guy's supposed to be weaned forever down there in Temple. Be some eyes. Be some eyes. 2 1/4, 225, 225. I get 7.5. I get 225, 7.5, and 30, and 230. I get 5. I get 35, 7.5. I get 237.5, and 235, 7.5, and 40, and 240. I get 42.5. I get 242.5, and 240, 250. I get Howell 240. Put him on number 3 1. 22 more. Hey. Okay. Here's 22 more of them. I forgot how many days. 75 to 90 days. 75 to 90 days, 235, at 235, 7.5, at 235, at 7.5, 40, at 2.5, at 242.5, at 240, at 2.5, at 242.5, at 242.5, at 240, at 2.5, 5, at 245, 600, at 607, and 7, 8, at 48, at 248, and 7, 8, at 8 here. Mike, you been 48, 9, 50, 251, 251, 251 over here. 251 2, 252 3, 254, 255, 56, 7, 8, 9, 60, 1, 2, 3, 63, 263. So 262, Max Reese 35. A brown back off. Brown back off. 20 more. 60, 90 days. 240, at 240, to get 2, at 242, to get 200, to get 240, to get 200, to get 2, at 240, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 240, to get 40, to get sold them higher yesterday, 1, and 241, and 241, to get 100, to get 1 but a 1, 1, 1, 2, and 2, 3, to get 44, and 45, to get 45, to get 5, KK, 244, number 359. Holy moly. She got a little funny way of getting around. Just steer. Heifer. She okay? Yeah, she's not bad. Hey, to get $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get out. Ballsville guys, $2 bill, two, and $2 bill here, 2,000, to get two, better two, better get two, better get two, and $2 here to get that, $2 to get that two, to get that two, and $2 here to get maybe better than that, guys. $2, $1.75, 175, 80, 85, 90, 95. $2. Sold 195. TD 32. Pretty good heifers. Anything on them? Pierce heifers. Long winged. Long winged. Enter to get that 230. At 230, enter to get that 2. At 232, enter to get that $2.4. Enter to get that 4.6 here. 8, enter to get 8 here. 40, enter to get 40. And 2, enter to get 44. Enter to get 46 here. 48. And now 50. At 250, enter to get 52. Enter to get 4. And 54, enter to get 52. 4. At 252, 54. 52, 54. Sold 252. Bryce. 26. 15 of the steers, long wean on the Pierce. Most of these will be sold tomorrow. Not most of these. Most of this man's consignment. All these are going to be sold today, though. 245 and 245 and 245. Vertical 45, vertical 5, vertical 5, 7.5 and 245, 47.5. Our steers 240. Huh? 245, 7.5, and 245, vertical 7.5, vertical 7.5, 50, and 250, and 1, and 2, vertical 252, 3, vertical 3, 4, and 4, 5, vertical $6, vertical 7, and 8, vertical $58, $58, $58, and 57, 8, vertical $8, 58, vertical $8, KK 257, number 365. No, I got 2 or 3 full ones. Thank you, though. Two loads of these. Fredericksburg. No. Yeah. Fredericksburg, Texas. Say again. Right off the mama cow. Had a round of shots. How many of them? 2 loads of them all together. You can put them together and make you a big old wad. 220, 220, to get 2.5, to get 220, 2.5, to get 20, 2.5, 5, and 25, 7.5, to get 30, and 230, 2.5, to get 30, 2.5, and 7.5, to get 40, and 240, to get 230, 7.5, 40, and 237.5, you get 40, and 40, to get that 40, to get that 40, to get that 40, to get 40, to Jeff, and 237.5, Shamlin O. 14 more of them. I'd say the big old crossbred heifers, though, got a lot of body to them. A lot of body. They're getting at 2 1/4, 225. They're getting at 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, at 225. They're getting at 25, 25, 25, 225, at 225. They're getting at 25. They're getting at 225, and 225. They're getting at 25, 20, 220, 220. 220 and 220, they're going to 20, they're going to 20, they're going to 20, and 20, they're going to 20, they're going to 20, 10, 210, 211, 211, 12, 13, 13. You just see it if I had anybody. 213, 213. So 212. Chamlin. 2. 26 the stairs. 26 of the stairs right off the cow. 235, 235, and 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, and 235, 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, and 235, they're going to 6. 235, 6, 7, and 7, and get 7, 7, 8, and 38, they're give 8, they're give 8, they're get 238, and 38. Move around, guys. 238, and 238, they're give 8, they're give 8, they're get 238, they're get 238. So 237, Thielen 4. No, that wasn't a preg on the twos, wasn't it, Jeff? That wasn't a preg on the twos. No, no, it's not your fault. It's hers. Be mine before hers. I knew it. That'd be fine. She said, "Thank you." Okay. Here's some more of them same stairs. Fredericksburg, Texas. Boy, there's lots of things you got to appreciate about these old stairs. The age might not be one of them, but you got to like a lot of things about them. 210, 212, 210, 12, 14, and 14, 16, they're to get 16, 18, they're to get 18, 20, and 222, they're to get 2, they're to get 2, they're to get 222, and 221, and 221, 221, they're to get now 1, they're to get 1, Chamlin, 222. You think? You think? You know. See them with their head down, and that snot running out their nose. Say again. Another load of them, guys. Another member of the family. Another load of them. Shots on the mama. Pretty good cattle. Huh? Never had an implant on this still cattle right there now. 225, and 225, and 225, and again 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, and 225, and again 25, 25, 25, 25, and 225, and again 25, 25, not very high, guys. 225, and 225, and 225, and again 25, 25, 25, 20, 220. Now 1, 221. Who bid me? 221, 221, 221, 221. Chamlin, 220. 0. Best buy of the day. Yard amount. Get a small one off. Small one off. $26 more of them, folks. Lots of things you appreciate about them. 210, 210, 12, they're getting at 210, they're getting at 12, they're getting at 210, now 12, at 210, now 12, they're getting at 12, they're getting at 210, now 12, at 210, now 12, they're getting at 210, they're getting at 10 to 5, they're getting 10, at 210, now 11, 210, 11, 210, 11, anybody else? 210, 11, 210, 11, Chamlin, 210, 3, 13. Steers off of them, guys. Steers off from him. 235, 235, and 235. Better get out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 235. Better get out 35, 35, 35, 35, and 235. If you wasn't busy, guys, this might be a pretty good place to work. 235, 235, $2. They're all going to go. $2, two and a half. 202 and a half. $2 a pound. 2 and a half. 5. 7 and a half. 10. 12 and a half. 15. 215, Jeff, you're out. 17 and a half. 20. Kluge, 217 and a half. What number? 1. Kluge. Scott. 1X. Or just 1? I don't know. It don't matter. It's the first one he's bought, I think. So, boy, there's lots of things you like about him, George. $2, 2 and a half. $2. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. Anybody? 202.50. 202.50. 202.55. 205. 207. 209. 211. 213. 215. 213.15. So 213, Shamlin, 13. Todd, I was thinking about you there. Wasn't you, Jerry? When he was younger, we used to sell and send them to him, though, like that. And they're nice cattle. Okay, it looks like we got a new deal. Thank you guys from wherever you're from. That's all right. Foster cattle, guys, Weatherford, Oklahoma. Matt Foster. Fansler. Fansler cattle from Weatherford, Oklahoma. What do you got on him? No information, but your good black heifers here. 235, 235, 235. Better get a 7.5. Better get 7.5. Better get 40, 242 and a half. Better get 242 and a half. 245, 245. Better get 47.5. Better get 50, 250. Better get 50. Better get 250, 250. Jury out 50, 250. Better get 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 5, 255, 252 and a half. 5, 255. Better Jeff Reuter 252 and a half. Jeff Reuter 4. My bad. Mail it, Tom. Please. Same cattle, guys. Weatherford, Oklahoma. Is it? Yes, it is. Fansler cattle from out of Weatherford. 225 and 225 and 225 and again at 25 25 25 25 25 600 and 225 and again at 600 and 225 6 7 8 and again 228 internet chat 229 and 29 and again 229 30 and 230 and again at 30 and again at 30 and again 30 internet now 1 and 231 internet's at 231 232 233 234 235 236 237 237 so 236 Jeff Reuter 5 get a big gray one off. What do y'all do here? Sutter right there, 225 and 225 and 225 and again at 25 25 25 25 225 and 225 and again at 25 25 30 and 225 7.5 and 7.5 227.5 and 7.5 here to Thielen 225. Sure. Do what? No information. She come out of Weatherford, Oklahoma. If that'll help any. 12. Glad to hear that. George, glad to hear that. By herself? Yeah, my fans for heifer right there. 235, 235, they're going to 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, and 235, 40, they're going to 40, they're going to 40, they're going to 45, and 245, they're going to 245, and 245, they're going to that so 240, put them on Howell 31. Is that her brother? I bet that's the boys off of the Franz and cattle out of Weatherford. Franz and cattle out of Weatherford. Little bull calves. Little bull calves right here now. 240 and 240 and to get 2.5 and 240 2.5 and to get 40 2.5 and to get 240 and 240 and to get 2.5 and to get 240 40 40 and to get 40 and 240 and to get 40 and what'd you say and 240 2.5 and 240 2.5 and to get 240 2.5 and a half here to Gary Thielen 240. Put him on number 3. And he did. Be a tax problem. Good. Got a bull $2 too, and 202, dirty get that 2, dirty get that 2, and 202, dirty get that 202, 202, 202, 202, and 202, dirty get that $2, dirty get that 2, and 2, dirty get that 24, and 4, dirty get that 204, Gary, 204, 206, 208. Gary, 208. Sold 206. 3. 13. 13. 13. There is a fancy steer out there. Come right with him. Give 250 for it. 260. Watch the internet, guy. 260. Where are you? You're the good one now. 260. 70. 80. Sold 270. David Dodd won. You knocked him out last week, George. Do you know about it? Do you know about it? Huh? Nobody right now. That's a pretty nice cast today, people. Royce Allen. Come Bochita. 60 days wean and had a black leg shot. Bochita. 60 days wean, and to get 240, and 240, to get 2.5, and to get 2.5, 5, and to get 7.5, 50, and 2.5, and to get 250, 2.5, and 250, and to get 2.5, 5, and 55, 7.5, 60, and 2.5, and to get 260, 2.5, and 7.5, and to get 70, and 270, 2.5, 5, 270, 7.5, and 80, and 280, and to get 82.5, 5, 285, and to get 5, and to get 5, and to get 5, 280. No, he's out. 285. 287, have a 90. Yet again. Everybody's in the seats are out. 290. If you're standing, you're out. Sold 287 and a half. That'd be Cohen, number 10. Caleb Boren. Boren, number 10. 4 more of them. 60 days, I believe. 60 days, old thin flesh steers. 240, 240, to get 2.5, 240, 2.5, to get 2.5, 5, to get 45, 45, 45, 47.5, and 50, to get 2.5, 5, to get 7.5, 60, to get 2.5, 260, 2.5, 260, 2.5, to get Jeff Reuter, 260, 66. Don't believe you boys can handle Jeff today. Little Heifer. 235, and 235, and 235, better get out 35, 35, 35, 35, and 235, kind of like somebody else on Wednesday, 235, 40, and 235, younger 40, and 245, and 245, 7.5, 50, and 250, 2.5, 5, and 57.5, better get 60, and 2.5, better get 2.5, better get 2.5, better get 5, and 65, better get 7.5, and 7.5, better get sold 265, put them on number 14, 13, Troy. This will be the Griffith cattle from Hanna, Oklahoma. These cattle, the male says, are 45 days weaned. Several dry some guys from Hanna, Oklahoma. 45 days weaned, George. Look at that tail. I sure do. I had to get 250, and 250, I had to get 2.5, and 250, 2.5, I had to get 5, and 255, I had to get 60, I had to get 5, I had to get 265, and 70, now 5, 275, 80, 280, I had to get 75, 80, and 280, how? 275, 31. Here's some more of them. Same deal, Whopper. 45 days, wasn't it? Well, they're good calves. Got a lot of tail. Got a little tail, 240, and 242 and a half, and 242 and a 5, and 245, and get 242 and a 5, 7 and a half, and get 50, and 2 and a half, and get 52 and a half, Jerry, and 5, and get 55, and get 55, and get 5, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, and get 57, and 60, and 260, and get 60, and 60, and JH, 257 and a half, JH number 4. Here's the steers off of 45 days. To the small ones right here, George. They're weaned. What do you give her, George? $3 now, 5 and 305, 10. You didn't own them long. Hush. 305, 10, 15, and 20, and 325, and again at 25, 30, and 330, and again 330, and again 330, and 325, and again 30, and 330, and again Hayes 325, Hayes 3. $275. 280, 275, 80, and again at 275, and again 80, and 275, 80, 280, 280, 280, 280, 280, and 80, and again 5, 285, internet, 285, 90, 95, 3, 305, 10, 310 bill, 310, so 305, that will be Mr. Bourne, number 10. Gonna have a good set of kids, isn't he? Gonna get them back. He better buy some spots or something put on there if we're gonna get them back. Some of these vultures around here fly into his house. Bulls. Steers right here, same cattle. I entered to get 240, and 242 and a half, and I get 242 and a half, and 242 and a half, and I get 5, and 245, and I get 242 and a 5, and 242 and a half, 5. Anybody else here? 5, and 242 and a half, 245, 7, and 7, 9, 51, 53, 51, 3, 251, 3, 55, 57. So 255, Jeff Reuter. 40, 45. Just one of them. You'll get big. Not yet. $2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, 5, and 205, and I get 10, and I get 10, and I get 12 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half, and I get 217 and a half, and 215, 17 and a half, and now 20, and I get 22 and a half, 5, 225, 222 and a 5, 222 and a 5, 7 and a half, 27 and a half, 30, 232 and a half, 235, 7 and a half, 237 and a half, 7 and a half, Bryce Haynes, 235. Number 55. That's not right. 26. 26. You see them? We'll go over here as soon as you don't see them. We'll go over here as soon as you don't see them. Here's Mike Moore from Ringling. 220. 220, 220, it'll get down 20, it'll get down 20 here, 22 and a half, and 222 and a half, it'll get 222 and a half, and 222 and a half, 222, 55, and 5, it'll get 7, it'll get 9, it'll get 229, and 227, 9, it'll get down, it'll get down, it'll get down, it'll get down. So 227 from Troy, 4X. Troy, 4X. Dallas City Pack. Remember that? Bulls, good Bulls. Mr. Moore, missed Bulls and Steers. Next. 220, 220, 220, I get 2.5, I get 220, 2.5, I get 220, 2.5, and 220, 2.5, I get 2.5, and 20, I get 2.5, 220, 2.5, and 22.5, I get half here, half there, I get Thielen, 220, Thielen, put him on number 6. Sir, put it on straight. Will do, thank you. Same price. Thank you. How many you like back there, George? How many you like back there? Clay and who? Clay and who? Oh, Jeff 66. Sell him. Talk that man right up there behind you. No, but they're to get out, but they got go. She's old. You got? They better look at that real show. See? Mike Treese, the brown one. Mike Treese, the brown one. Mike Treese and a brown one. Sonny right there, 225, and 225, and 225, and again, 25, 25, 25, good heifer out, 225, and 225, and again, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 225, and again, 25, and again, 25, she's too cheap, guys, 225, 230, 225, 30, 225, 30, 225, 30, 225, and again, 30. We got anybody? 210. I'm working for Mike. 210, 12. Sold 210. TD 32. Like that deal. Finally got one I like. Thank you, sir. Old long tail yearling heifers. Long tail yearling heifers, 225 and 225. And again, 25. Ricky Bailey right now, Chickasha. 225, 225, and again, 25, 25, 25, 25, 7.5, and 227.5, and 227.5 here behind, boys. 227.5, 227.5, and 27.5 here. Amy Shot, 227.5. So 225, Thielen. 31, Bragg. More Ricky Bailey's. How many tomorrow, George? How many tomorrow? Steers and moves. Ricky Bailey steers and moves. 2 1/4, 225, 225, and again 7.5, 225, and again 7.5, and again 225, 27.5, 225, 227.5, and 7.5, and again 7.5, and again 7.5, Thielen, 225, 16. Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Let's go to Miss Cheryl Fales, Rush Springs. There she is. They do have nice cattle. I remember them cattle. Fales cattle down at Rush Springs, Oklahoma. She weaned them 45 days ago. Is that right? She weaned them 45 days ago. She has good mamas and daddies too. Good kind here, 240, 240, to get 2.5, 240, 2.5, 245, 50, 255, to get 60, 5, to get about 70, 270, 270, 275, 275, 80, 285, 285, 285, to get by Goodwin, 285, to get Jeff Reuter, 280, 14, no, just 4, just 4. Here's the boys. She topped the market, George. Supposed to, isn't she? When you do it right, you're supposed to. 45 days she's weaned them. 14% feed. 14% what? What's the other 86%? Nice cattle. Nice cattle here. Now they're going to 2, they're going to 275, 275, 80, 280, 90, they're going to 3, they're going to 5, they're going to 305, 10, they're going to 10, 15, 15, they're going to 3, 10, 15, and 15, 20, and 320, now 5, 325, 325, 325. Oh, y'all out. 325. So 320 on the internet. That'll be boring number 10. Thank you, guys. Thank y'all. Worth your weight, wasn't it? I guess. Red View cattle, 60 days plus Eric. Red View cattle from Eric, 60 days wean. 240, 240, to get 2.5, to get 240, 2.5, to get 240, to get 2.5, 245, 245, Gary's bid 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 247.5, and 7.5, 47.5, you got internet, 247.5, 50, 252.5, 5, 255, to get 7.5, to get 57.5, internet, 57.5, and 7.5, to get 7.5, KK, 255, put on number 340. Same cattle, 60 days wean. Red View, Eric, Oklahoma, and 230, 230 to get 32 and a half, 232 and a half, to get 2.5, 232 and a half, 35, to get 35, 35, 35, to get 7.5, and 7.5, to get 40, 240 to get 240, internet shot 40, 240 to get 237 and a half, 40, 237 and a half, you to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, Thielen, 237 and a half, 31. All right, don't get hurt now, boys. That's the one he wanted off. She's bad. Red View. Steer off of him, George. 60 days. The steers off of him. 260 and 260 to get 2.5 to get 2.5 to get 260 2.5 and 265 to get 2.5 260 2.5 you get 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 KK 260 2.5 345. Yearling steers 60 days wean at least. 230, 230 to get at 2, and 232 to get at 200 to get at 230 to get 2 to get 4 to get 5, and 35 to get 600 to get at 35, 36, internet 35, 600, and 235, 36 here, 35, 36, 35, internet's at 235, 6, and 600 here, KK 235, number 345, 365. 50 cents a pound. 50 cents a pound, 5. 60. 70. 80. 90. Dollar a pound. Got him. 90 and a dollar. 90 and a dollar. Mark, you thinking about it? So 90 cents that goes to Withrow. I didn't think you were. Two steers here. You're to get a $2, 2.5, a 202.5, to get 2.5, to get 202.5, a 202.5, to get 202.5, to get 202.5, and 2.5, to get 202.5, to get half here. Shamlin, $2 from nothing. Good steers. $1.50. $1.50 a pound. 150 a pound. $1.55. 60. 65 internet. $1.65 internet. Chamlin, 160. 5. Be the Thompson cattle, Steve Thompson's, 3 little heifers. Little long-tailed heifers here, $2, 2.5, a 2 bill, 2.5, 5, 205, to get 10, to get 10, to get 7.5, to get 10, 12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, and 220, 2.5, 5, to get 5, to get 220, 2.5, 220, 2.5, 5, KK, 220, 2.5, 3, 4, 5, 9. He didn't need them. Thompson cattle again. Did he? 220, 220, 2.5, 220, enter to get 2.5, enter to get 220, 2.5. Here's some better ones, Bryce, 220, and 220, enter to get 20, enter to get 20, enter to get 20, enter to get 20, and 220, enter to get 20, enter to get 20, enter to get 2, you bid, 220, 2.5, 220, 2.5, 220, 2.5, 5. So 220, 2.5, Chamlin 13. You know this Thompson? Huh? Did you know them people from had them good black cattle? Huh? Yeah. Wonder how we got them. I did too. Say again. $1.85, $1.85, at a 185, at a 185, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90, at 185, 190, 185, 190, 190, 190, 185, at a 90, 185, 7.5, is that a bid? 90, 190, 2.5, 5, 7.5, $2, 2.5, Chamlin, $2. Oh, no. Straight. Two more little heifers here. $2, 2.5, 202.5, 202.5, better get that 2.5, better get 202.5, 202.5, better get 5, 202.5, 5, 202.5, 5, 202.5, 5, Chamlin, 202.5, straight. Steros. Thompson cattle again. Who is this dude? $2, 2.5, 202.5, a $2 bill, 2.5, better get 2.5, 5, a 205, better get 202.5, 5, a 7.5, better get 10, and 12.5, 15, better get 17.5, 20, 220, 2.5, 5, 227.5, better get 27, 30, a 230, 227.5, 30, 230, better get 30, Chamlin, 227.5, put him on number 13. George, who's this Steve Thompson? $1.50, $1.55, they're going 50, 150, 155, now 60, 65, 35, 165, 165, 165, 165, Amos is out, 165, 165, 35, Chamlin, 160, nothing. I wonder where he got these two. I think he might be a swapper. 210, 210, 12, and 210 now 12, and I get that 210 now 12, and I get that 210, 12, you bid, and 210 now 12, and I get 210 now 12, and 12, and I get 210 now 12, and I get 210, 12, and 12, and I get that 12, whatever now, Kaki, you bid me, and put them on number 371. You don't know. Put them together, looks like. That is a ugly little heifer, isn't it? Not bad. What do you get for it, huh? 30? 35? 35? Get ready. Get ready. 40. I got 35. 45. 45. You're out, Antone. You stay out. I don't blame you. Sold 40 cents to Ricardo. Try not to bring her back here, would you? Yeah. Yeah. Where is he? Chickasha, Oklahoma. Good right there. Had 2 round shots. There you go, 230, and 230, there to get 2, and 232, there to get 2, there to get 230, there to get 2, there to get 4, and 34, there to get 232, and 34, 6, and 8, there to get 40, there to get 42, there to get 44, and 46, here, there to get 48, there to get 50, and 252, 252, there to get 2, there to get 252, and 2, there to get 2, Troy, 250, number 4, no, 14, 13, 13. He does have good cattle, doesn't he? There's a steer mates to him. Had 2 rounds of shots. There to get 260, 260, there to get 2.5, there to get 2.5, there to get 260, 2.5, 265, and 5, there to get 7.5, there to get 70, and 270, there to get 267.5, 70, and 2.5, and 275, and 277.5, 80, and 280, there to get 80, 80, 80, 80, there to get 280, and 80, there to get 80, there to get 80, Jeff, 277.5, 45. George. You think what? Got a little lump jaw. He'll feed, not too bad. Right there, $2, 2.5, and 205, and 202.5. There to get 10, there to get 10, there to get 10, 210, and 12.5, there to get 210, 12.5, and 210, 12.5, there to get 210, 12.5, and 12 and 15, and 215, 17.5, 20, there to get 220, there to get 20, and 2.5, 220, 2.5 here, there to get 2.5, 225, 225. Internet's out, 220, 2.5, now 7.5, 227.5, 227.5. KK, 225, 359. Thank you, guys. 391. That's what it said. Be Vicky Flatner cattle out of Munster, Oklahoma. The heifer steer. Heifer right there now. There to get $2, 2.5, and 202.5. There to get now 2.5. There to get 202.5. Out the gate 2.5, and 202.5. There to get 202.5. There to get 202.5 and a half. There to get 2.5. So $2 for 1 Chamberlain 6. Little boy calf right there now. $2, 2.5, 202.5, and 202.5, and 205. Better get 205. Better get 202.5, 5, and 202.5, 5. Better get, thank you, Chris. 202.5, 5, 10, and 210 now, 15 now, 25, 225. Better get 225. Better get 25. KK 220. Put them on 3, 4, 5. One more heifer on this deal. $2, $2 bill, 2.5, and 202.5. Better get now 2.5. Better get 2.5. Better get 2.5. Better get now 2.5. And $2 here too. Better get tall and long and empty. 202.5 and 202.5. Better get 2.5. Right about Chapman. $2. Put them on nothing. Here comes Charlotte calf in. Not bad right there. $1.75. 175, 175, vertical 5, vertical 5, and a 175, and a 175, vertical 175, 5, 5, 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, and a 175, and a 175 here, 50, $1.50. $1.50, $1.50, at 150 to get 150, not bad, guys. 152 and a half, and 2.5. My man's in, yours is out. Now 60, 160 internet, 165. How'd you get out of that? Sold 160. Josh Withrow. Kevin Geis. I haven't seen Kevin in a long time. Cordell, Oklahoma. 30 days wean. 30 days wean out there at Cordell. 235, 235, vertical 9, 35, 35, 35, 7.5, vertical 7, 40, and 245, and 245, vertical 245, and 245, 50, and 255, now 60, now 5, now 70, 270, JH 265, 4. Some more Kevin's, 30 days. Been waiting 30 days here. You're to get 235, a 235, to get 35, 35, 35, 7.5, a 235, 7.5, to get 7.5, get him out here, 7.5, a 235, 40, and 245, to get 5, to get 5, 45, jury, and 7.5, and 47.5, 245, 47.5, 247.5, GH, 245, 4. Here's a boy Kaz, come with him. Kevin Geis. $30 days. This guy's granddad was a good customer. Does, doesn't he? What you got, George? $3. Now 5, 10. I already got it. I'm gone. 3, 5, 10. You want to hit him a lick? 305, 10, 305, 10, at 305, vertical 10, vertical 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, vertical Terry, 305, 4. Sorry, Jerry. My bad. Here's some more Here's some more of them out of Cordell, guys. One of them got the bush off. Nice case right here. 275, a 275, a 275, vertical 75, vertical 5, vertical 5, 80, and 280, vertical 275, 80, a 275, 80, 275, 80, vertical 80, vertical 80, 280 here, JH, 275, JH 6. Like to know, but we don't have any gauges anymore. We got to go back in the garage and dig them out. None of us got $20 a month to spend on it. Here's three more. Here's three more, Kevin's. Kevin Geis, Bulls, 2.25. 2.25, 225, 30, 225, 30, to get out 225, to get 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 30, and 225, who get 30, 225, to get 30, 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 Thielen, 225, put him on number 4. That's number 4. Another one of Kevin's. Old bull. Older bull. $1.50, $1.50, they're getting 5 and 155, they're getting 155, they're getting 60 and 160, they're getting 55, 85 and 165, and 165, 85, 70 and 170 and 170, 67 and a half, 70, 170 internet. Thielen, 167 and a half, 19, Dang, I'm glad you did that. Pilot Point, Texas. Heath Hudson. Johnny Hudson's. Heath Hudson. Johnny Hudson's. 30 days and around. 30 days and around. 235, 235, vertical at 7.5, vertical at 35, 37.5, 235, 37.5, vertical 40, 240, vertical 2.5, 240, 2.5, 245, 7.5, vertical 7.5, 247.5, 245, 7.5, vertical 7.5, Thielen, 245, 31, Prague, 9 more of them, 30 days wing, 9 more of them, Pilot Point, Texas. 230, 230, to get at 2, 232, to get at 232, to get at 2, to get at 232, 232, 232, 232, to get at 2, to get at 2, to get at 2, to get at 2, Thielen, 230. 31 again, Pregum. Get the Charlet off. Here's Steers. 30 days waiting. Pilot Point, Texas. 240, 242, 242, interdigging at 200, interdigging at 240, interdigging at 200, interdigging at 242, 4, interdigging at 44, interdigging 6, and 46 here, 248, interdigging 800, interdigging 50, and 250, and 252, 252, 4, 254, interdigging 6 here, interdigging 56, 254, 256, 254, 256, Thielen, 254, Thielen, put him a number, 26, 25X. Pair is pair. Good job, Dennis. There's another one. That might be one of the good ones right there now. 230, 230, 230, to get 2, 232, to get 200, to get 232, to get 232, to get 200, to get 2, 232, to get did you Gary here to get 2, 230. She's nice, ever. Come right off him, just bigger. 230. Gary Thielen, 230, 31. Prager. Thanks, she cripple? Huh? She is cripple. I didn't sell her to be cripple. No. Dollar a pound. $1.10. 120. 130. 140. 150. 160. 170. 180. 180. 180. 180. Sold 170. Withrow. The ring men are supposed to tell me when you see some defects. I didn't either. 235, 235, 40, to get 235, 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 45, 245, to get 50, 250, to get 50, to get 45 now, 50, you're out, 50, 245 now, 50, and 250, to get 50, to JH, 245, JH4. Winniewood, Oklahoma. Eddie Hicks, Winniewood, Oklahoma. Heifers, 225, 225, Vatican 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, and 225, Vatican 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, and 225. Say again. Got any information? Winniewood. They've had a round of shots on their mama. Had a round of shots on their mama. 210, 210, 12 and a half, 212 and a half, 15, 20, 225, 230, 235, 240, 245, 245, JH 240, JH 4. See, you get a grid on them, Dennis? You get a grid? Had a round of shots, guys. Pretty good heifers. 225, 225, 225, Vatican 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, 225, Vatican 25, 25, 25, 25, 227 and a half, 227 and a half. Troy, 225, 4X. Three of the steer mates. Had shots. 245, 245, Vatican 45, Vatican 45, 245, 245, Vatican 45, Vatican 7 and a half, and 45, 7 and a half. We together, 245, 7 and a half, and 247 and a half, 50, and 252 and a half, Vatican 5, and 57 and a half, 60, and 260, Vatican 2 and a half, and 262 and a 5, and 265, Vatican 5, Vatican 5, Vatican Barnhart, 262 and a half, 38. Same steers. Bulls. Mr. Hicks got a bull. Three steers. 225. They all going. 225, 225, 7 and a half, 227 and 30, and 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, Vatican 32 and a half, Vatican 232 and a half, and 2 and a half, Vatican 2 and a half. Thielen 230. Put him on number 25. Who's this Ron Favors? Where's Leonard? Where's Leonard? Where is Leonard? I just wondered about these cattle. They're from Snyder. Mr. Favors cattle from Snyder. 120? 120 days. 120 days. Nice shepherd's right here, 235, and 235, 7.5, and 7.5, 40, and 242 and a half, and 245, and 47 and a half, 50, 252 and a half, 5, and 57 and a half, and 7.5, internet chat, 257 and a half, 255, 7.5, 255, 7.5, internet chat, 7.5, and 7.5, KK, 255, 359. Same deal, 120 days have been weaned. Move them. Thank you. 222 and a half, 220, to get 2.5, to get 222 and a half, 225, to get 225, to get 7.5, to get 30, to get 30, to get 32 and a half, and 235, and 235, to get 232 and a half, to get 5, 7.5, 40, and 242 and a half, to get 5, and 45, 7.5, to get 47 and a half, 50, and 250, to get 50, to get 50, to get feeling 247 and a half, number 31. Here's the steers off of them. 120 days wean. Till you go home. Snyder, Oklahoma. 250, 255, and 250, to get 5, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, 60, and 265, to get 5, 70, to get 5, and 275, 80, and 85, 90, 295, to get 95, 3, and $3 here, $3 square, over to get $3 pound, and $3 to get 3, to get 3, to get 3, to get Barnhart, 295, 38. Here's 17 more of them. No. With his nose curled up, lip curled up. What was I think their ideal? 120 days wean.
17.
I like these. One of the good usable sets we've had today, it looks to me like, guys. 250, 252 and a half, 5, 7.5, 60, 2.5, to get 5, 7.5, and 70, to get 2.5, to get 5, to get 275, and 75, David, and 275, 272 and a 5, 272 and a 5, 272 and a 5, 275 over here, 272 and a 5, Barnhart, 272 and a half, 32. Leonard, you know these favors? You know Mr. Favors from Snyder? Go on about your business. Don't worry about it. Four more of them, Snyder, Oklahoma. 240, and 240, to get 2.5, and 242 and a half, to get 242 and a 5, 7.5, 50, and 250, to get 52 and a half, 5, and 57 and a half, 60, and 260, to get 57 and a half, 62 and a half, and 5, and 265, 262 and a 5, to get 5, to get Jeff, 262 and a half, 66. Favors. Here's Glenn Allen, Bochita. 90 days. 90 days, 2-round shots. Pretty good heifers here, folks. 250, 250, to get 2.5, 252 and a 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 257 and a half, and 60, to get 260, and 260, to get 57 and a half, 60, and now 60, to get KK, 257 and a half, put them on 359. Nice. Steers, 90 days. Steers, 90 days. Bochita. You ever been there, Dennis? Where Red Tilford is from. That's where Red Tilford was from. Good steers, guys, are 90 days wean. 260 and 260 to get 2.5 and 262.5 to get 5 and 5.7.5 to get 70 to get 2.5 to get 72.5 and 272.5 272.5 272.5 to get 2.5 to get 2.5 here you're thinking 270 25 mostly south. Steers 90 days. Days wean right here now. To get 235, 235, 7.5, 40, and 245, to get 50, to get 5, to get 60, to get 5, to get 70, and 270, to get 70, to get 70, to get 70, to get Jeff Reuter, number 66. Okay, Ever's right here now. It's probably a secret, you think? Hey, the good little thin Herbers right there now. Did I get 240 and 240? Did I get 2.5 and 240, 2.5? Did I get 40? Did I get 2.5? Did I get 240 and 240? Did I get 40? Move them, guys, here. 40 valve. Did I get 40 and 240? Did I get 40? Did I get 30 and 230? Did I get 30? Did I get 30? Did I get 30? Did I get 30 and 230? Did I get 30? Little thin black Herbers, 230, 220, 220. Huh? Whichever you like, guys. Dark black one. I don't see nothing wrong with them. 220, 220, to get 20, and 220, to get 20, to get 20, to get $2, 2.5, 205, 205, 205, you get 5, 205, 205. TD, $2, 32. Might be the best buy of the day right there. Jonathan, get up here. She's got to go. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drafts. One lame. Hold that lame one, guys. Sell the rest of them right there. 220 and 220. To get 2.5 and 220, 2.5. To get 220. To get 20. To get 20 and 220. To get 25. To get 20. To get 2.5 and 220, 2.5, 225, 227.5. 230 and 230 to get 30 to get 2.5, 232.5, 232.5. So 230 Chamlin number 13. 13. She little lamb, boys. $1.50. $1.50. Dollar. $1.10, 20, 130, 140, 150, 150, 160, 160 internet. Ricardo, you're not even second. 160. Sold 150. Terry, straight. Goodbye. Move them. Please. Move them. Please. Long-tailed heifers right there now. They're looking at 210 and 210, 12. I'm going to got a blue eye. 210, 12 and 210. They're looking at 10 to buy. They're looking at 10 and 210. They're looking at 10 to buy. They're looking at 10, 10, 10. They're looking at 210 and 10. They're looking at 210. They're looking at 210 and 10. They're looking at 210. They're looking at 10. $2. 2.5. 202.5. 202.5. 202.5 here. 2.5. 202.5. You bid. KK. No, he didn't. $2. $2. 2.5. 150. That'll get him in. 160. 170. 180. 180 internet. 180 internet. Chamlin, 170. Nothing. Okay, new deal, guys. A little lightweight, thin heifers right there, Dennis. They look weaned to me, Anton. I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty sure they are too. 240 and 242 and 240. They're looking at 2 and 242. They're looking at $2. They're looking at 2. They're looking at 2. They're looking at 2 and 242. They're looking at 2. They're looking at 2. They're looking at 2 and 242. 230. What can you buy for 230 a pound? Nothing. 230. 230. See that one heifer right in there? Right there in the middle. I'm gonna hold her. See her, Dennis? Yeah, red tag. Sell the rest of them. 230. 230 on the rest of them. Pretty nice. 230 and 230 and 230. They're looking at 30 behind. They're looking at 30 and 230. They're looking at 30 behind. They're looking at 220. 220. 220. 220. 220. They're looking at 20. They're looking at 20. They're looking at 20. They're looking at 20. I took the bad one off. $2. Did you bid? 210. Did you bid up here? Can't believe it. Sold $2.32. TD 32. About 75 days, we'll see them back. Terry pasture. TD pasture. She's just, she didn't fit. She didn't fit her sisters. $1.50 a pound. $1.50 a pound. $1 a pound. $1.10. $1.20. 130. 140. 140. Sold 130 Ricardo. 2. One of them kind of slow. Other two okay. I don't like that black ball. Hold that black ball. Sell them 2 other steers right there. I had to get $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5. They're gonna have 2.5. They're gonna get $2 here, 2.5, and $2 here. They're gonna have 2 pretty good steers, guys. $2 and 2. They're gonna have 2 to buy. They're gonna get 2 and $2. They're gonna have 2. They're gonna get 2. They're gonna get 2. They're gonna get 150, 150, 150 on them 2 steers. 160, 70, 180, 180. Terry, 170. Put him on number nothing. Simmental. $1 a pound. $1 a pound. $1 a pound. $1.10. I wonder where you were. 110. Fix to give one away. 110. 120. Sure. 120. 130. Sure. Sold 120. Ricardo 2. That might be the highest calf I've sold all day long, Ricardo. What do you think, Antonio? Trying to help you a little. He's probably trying to help you a little. They're good people to help you. Two little old horn bulls right there. $1 a pound. $1.10. 120. 120, you're out of pie. 30. 130 internet. 140. 130, 40. 130, 140. 130, 140. Sold 130 Withrow on the internet. See anything you're interested in, let me know. Bulls. Feeding bulls right there now. Feeding bulls here now. $1.50. $1.50. $1.55. $55. $55. 60 and 165 and 65. 75 and 175 and 175 and 175. 75. 75. 175 and 175. Pretty good bulls. 172 and a half. 172 and a half. Sold 172. God, we still like that many? One bull, one steer. One bull, one steer. $1.50, $1.50, and 150, and 150. Dirty get $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, $1.50. Dirty get $50, dirty $1 a pound. 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 160. Sold 150. Withrow. Let's go to Canton, Oklahoma. 100 days wean. Pretty good heifers, guys. These cattle come out of Canton. They're 100 days weaned. 100 days weaned. 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235. Four heifers too cheap, guys. 235, 225. George. 227, 229, 230, 230. Rice shot, 230. Ever too cheap, 230. So 229. George 6. Some more of them 100 days weaned. 100 days weaned. They're going to have 235, 235, 235. They're going to have 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235. They're going to have 35, 35, 35, 35. I got several drafts these cattle left, guys. You kind of look around, there's not a hell of a lot of people left in here. So you boys that are here, take advantage of the situation. 235, 40. 240. 235, 40. Did you get 40? You did not. 240. Terry, 235. 5. Very good. Here's 3 more. 5 more. 1 more. Sure do. Good little heifer. 235, 235, 240, 45, 50, 55, 55, 60, come on, 260, 255, 60, 260. Jerry's you been? 255, 60. You got somebody? Jerry's you been? 265. You're looking pretty close. So 260, JH4. There's Mr. Schultz heifers up there at Hennessy. Kyle. Kyle Schultz. 120 days. Nice heifers. 235, 235, 35, 40, 40, 40, 40, and 240, job bit over here, 240, 235, 40, and 40, 235, 40, and 235, 40, 40, y'all are out, and 40, George, 235, Hadley, Red Steers, Boulder Schultz, 100 days wean, 120 days wean. 120 days wean from Hennessy, Oklahoma. Not a bad set of steers right there now. 235, 235, 235, 7.5, 7.5, and 40, and 240, 40, 2.5, 42 and a 5, and 247.5, and 7.5. Come on now, 750, and 250, 250, 50, and 250, 250, 250 over here. 247.5, 50, 250. Jeff, 247.5, 6'6". Let's go to Stroud. Mr. Jones, you know Mr. Jones? Probably do. It's not one of your aliases, is it? It's not one of your aliases, is it? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grass seeds calves from Stroud.
Got a whole bunch of T. Jones on the list, but no Greg.
250, 250, 2.5, 250, 2.5, 5, 255, 255, 255, 250, 2.5. 250, 205, Jerry. 255. 250, no. 250 White. TJ. Take you out. So 252 and a half, TD 32. Terry 2. Terry 2. Hope you don't make a habit of that backing out anymore. Feel bad? Well, look at there. $1.50, $1.50, 160, at 160, at 160, at 70, 70, 80, 90, 90, and $2 and 5, at 205, at 210, and 210 rice, 15. 12 and a half, is that what you're saying? 15, 215. See how easy I'm getting along with today? 215, rice out. So 212 and a half. 2. Chamonix 2. I'm a lot easier when this guy quits on me and I don't think he's still in. No, I'm just kidding. There's 2 more, same cattle, guys. Nice heifers. 240, 240, to get 2.5, 5, 240, 2.5, to get 245, 50, 255, to get 60, to get 5, 65, to get 70, 275, 275, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 275. Troy, 270, 13. So like they're all getting along good. Bulls. Steers. Mr. Jones is good cattle. One bull. See, Dennis right on top of it. 230, 232 and a half, and 230, to get that 2.5, to get 232 and a half, to get 232 and a half, and 230, to get that 30, to get that 30, to get that 30, to get that 30, and 230, to get 2.5, to get 232 and a half, and 232 and a half here, Troy, 230. 5.
Troy 5.
Where'd Marner go today? Marner. Is that what he said? There's a single bull. $2, 2.5, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 5, 205, 207 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 212 and a half, 210, 12 and a half. So 210, Chamlin, 2.
Chamlin 2.
It's kind of lonely out here, Billy. Look around.
Chamlin 2 in the ring.
You gonna run that late? It will someday, probably. Bull cow. 235, and 235, and again at 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, and 235, and again at 35, and again at 235, and 35, and again at 35, 35, 540, and again at 40, and again at MH, 235. Goodbye. Pretty good trade. Pretty good trade. This will be Mr. English's cattle from Minko, Oklahoma. Little thin Heifers, guys, you got anything on these? You got anything these on these? From Minko? From down there, Minko, guys, down there, Minko. 230 and 232 and 232. They're getting at 2. They're getting at 232. They're getting 2. They're getting 2. They're getting 2 and 230. They're getting 2. They're getting 2. They're getting 2 and 2. They're getting 232 4 and 34 6 and 36 8 38 40 and 242. They're getting 4 and 46 here 8. They're getting 850 and 252 and 252. They're getting 4 and 54. They're getting 4. They're getting 4. They're getting 4. So 252 JH4. Oh, really?
Yeah. Always like to.
I think originally, I don't. He moved down here for a long time, didn't he? Here's little bulls come out of Minko. $3. $3, George.
Fish. Where's fish?
$3. 250. 260. 270. 280. 280. Sold 270. Terry, 2.
Terry 2 coming 2. Yep.
Keep them for a week or two and we'll get Buddy in. Have a seat. Join a party, Bill. We're having a party. 3 bulls. 3 bulls. 220, 220, to get that 2.5, to get 220, 2.5, and 220, to get that 2.5, and 220, to get that 20, to get that 20, to get that 20, to get that 20, and 220, to get 20, to get 20, to get 20, to get 20, and 220, Jeff, you looking here, 220, and 220, to get that 20, to get that 20, to get 10, 210, 212, 210, 12, 210, 12, 214, 216, 216, 218, 220, 220. Scott, 218, 1. He's got a little older. Yep. Bulls 220 and 220 to get 2.5 and 220 2.5 to get that 2.5. Come on now, 220 2.5 and 220 2.5. There's fancy bulls, cutting bulls deluxe. 220. If Gary Thielen was here, y'all wouldn't be backing me up. 220. $1.50. $1.60. 170. 180. 190. 2. 2.5. 205. 10. 205. 10. 205. 10. Terry 205. 11. 45 days, 2-round shot. McAllister used to live here. Tommy Scott. 230 and 230 to get down 1 and 2 to get 231, 2, 231, 32 and 3 to get 3 to get 4 and 35 to get 235, 600 and 7 to get 7, 8 to get 38, 9 and 9, 39 to get down. Where's Jeff? 239, 238, 9, 238, 9. So 238 Troy. 3. None of my business. So do you want today? Which one? Which one? Oh, well. Yeah. Stairs. McAllister, Oklahoma. 45 days minimum. I believe it. No, not yet. 240 and 240 to get 2.5 and 240 2.5 to get 240 2.5 and 247.5 50 and 250 to get 50 to get 50 and 247.5 50 and 50 to get 50 to get 50. Barnhart 247.5 37. Man sitting in that chair tomorrow give 290. If TJ, I'll bet against him. Nice service here. From Payton, Oklahoma. This would be the Tony Crow cattle. Don't have any information on them, folks. Pretty attractive set of light heifers. 235, 235, 235, 235, 40 to get at 40 to get at 45, and now 50 and 255 to get 60 to get as to get as 85 and 265, 70 and 270 to get at 70 to get 70 Jerry and 270 to get 65, 70, 265, 70 and 70 Troy 265, 3. 13. George, you gonna do anything? Get up there with Billy. Sit down. Might need to land on. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Here's a Haynes cattle from Hennessy. Renee Haynes. 225, 225, and 225, Vatican 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, and 225, Vatican 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 225, Vatican 25, 25, Vatican 225, and 225, 220, and 1, 221, 221, Chamlin, 220. Here's the steers, come with them. They're good ones, aren't they? Hennessy, Oklahoma. Mm-hmm. I think they're real nice. 250, 250 to get 2.5, and 250 to get 2.5, to get 250, 2.5, and 55, to get 55, to get 60, and 260 to get 5, and 265, 70, and 270 to get 70, to get 65 now, 70, and 70 to get 70, Antonio, and 265, number 2. Keep black like it. All of black. All of black. Jack and Martha White. They just got here, guys. They've had a round of shots on the cow. They're a nice set of heifers. Jack and Martha Dennis. Yep. Nice kind. 230, and 230 to get that 2, and 232 to get that 2, to get that 2, come here, TJ, 232, and 232 to get that 232, and 232 to get that 2, to get that 232, and 232 to get that 2, to get that 2, and 232 to get that 32, 25, 225, 225, 6, 7, 227, 227, 28, 29, 29 over here, Scott. 30, 231, 231, JH 230. Put him on number 4. Put him with the low ones. 4. Huh? Super buy. Here's Angus steers. Too big for you. Too big for you. Pretty fancy. Pretty fancy. 240 and 240 to get 2.5 and 242 and a half to get 2.5 to get 242 and a half 5 and 245 7.5 to get 50 and 250 to get 2.5 and 255 now 7.5 now 60 260 2.5 260 2.5 260 2.5 Antone 260 2. God, they're nice now. Not just nice, really nice. $22 more of them. They're pretty good quality right there, Dennis. They do have good cattle. 240 and 240 to get 2 and 242 to get 4 and 44 to get 244 to get 42 and 44 and 242 44 to get 42 and 44 and 242 and 44 and 44 now 6 48 50 252 252 252 to get 2 to get 2 to get 2 to the Barnhart 37 35 steer right there. Can your man keep him alive? See a rad cattle before? We'll tell him to stay on top of this time of year. Brandon Callis from Minko, Oklahoma. 3 little lightweight heifers right there, Hadley. 250. 250. 250. Y'all gonna back me up there for Minko? $250. 260. Sold 250. TD 32. Terry 2. No, TD 32.
Jack and Mark White for 174. Maybe there's a 0 3 174. TD 32.
Here's too cheap. Little heifers. 230, 232 and a half, and 230, dirty get out 2 and a half, dirty get 230, dirty get 30, dirty get out 30, dirty get out 30, and 230 a pound, dirty get out 230, dirty get out 30, dirty get out 30, and 230, dirty get out 30, dirty get out 30, dirty get 20, 220, 220 a pound, 220 a pound, 210, 210. Yeah, sell that black body. 225. 225. 30. 225, 30. Sold 225, TD 32.
TD 32.
She might be a tad clubby. $1.75. $1.75. 175. 150. 150. $1 a pound. That's the reason I love this time of year. $1.10, 120, 130, 140. 140, Josh, yeah, 140. So, Terry 10.
Terry 10.
Come on, Antonio, move them. Good little crossbred steers, grazer, heifers, grazers here, 225 and 225 and 225, and again 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225 and 225, and again 25, 25, 25, 225 and 225, and again 25. Seattle Redmond on the rail. I'm gonna hold her, hold that one on the rail. I got 5 pretty good heifers. 220, 220. 221, 221, 221, they're to get out 221 and 221. You bet over here, young man. 221 and 221, they're to get out 21, 10, 210. I'm behind, boys. 210, 210, 210, 210, they're to get out 10 behind, they're to get 10 and 210, they're to get out 10, they're to get out 210. How about if you buy 5 and give you 1? 210. $2. $2.
There's a lack. I'm not sure. I don't know what we're doing either.
We're trying to hold one.
Trying to hold one of the ring.
She gone now. Now she knocked her down. Try and sell the rest of these heifers for $2 a pound. All of them. Except that one. Except that one.
Yeah. No,
You just won't sell them out here? You don't buy them out there? Oh,
that one that just went out, she needs to go in a closet.
$1.50 on the rest of them.
That last one that just went out, that
$1.50.
still has a yard out. The rest of them are trying to sell.
$1.60. You're out down here. You're out down here 160. I think it's the worst thing I've done in a long time. $1.60. And Tony, you're out. Sold 150 Withrow. Still think it's the worst thing I've done in a long time. Hope I don't have to do anything worse than that tomorrow.
Hold that friend a while. That'll be a Withrow.
Look at here. Red Angus. Red Angus right here. 50. 5. 60 and 55, 60, and 65, and 65, and 70, and 75, and 75, and 75 here, 75, internet, yeah, 80, 75, 85, 85 internet, they're pretty shapy, 85, 85 internet, 85, 90, 85 and 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 90, Withrow, 85 cents.
What kind of longhorn, Dennis? Say that right.
Fine Corinthian leather. Chris Firestone. George. Raymond Ropin. 45 cents a pound. 50. 60. 70. 80. 80. Internet shot. 80. 70 but 80. What? You still with me? 75? 80. Internet's out. 80. 85. 82 and a half, 5. George, 82 and a half.
Roper. Roper. Is that right?
Got George doing it now. How much, Anton? 40 bucks, 2 and a half. 40, 2 and a half, 5. 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. 70 cents down here, Roper. You don't get 70? 65, 70. Withrow, 65.
Withrow in the ring.
Somebody wants the trouble of sexing him, it doesn't matter. Yes, sir. Corgill heifer. She's pretty good now. 210 and 210. They're getting at 10 to buy. They're getting 10 and 210. They're getting at 10. They're getting 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 210 and 210. They're getting at 10. They're getting at 210. $2. 202 and a half. Bryce Haynes, $2. 18 preg.
18 and Fred.
Sure hope we're a little more enthusiasm here tomorrow than there is today. Don't you, Jeff? What do you say? It does that. Sure does. Two crossbred steers, dollar. 10. 110. 110. 20. Ah, 120. They ain't got no horns. 120. George, you understand? Sold 110 a Withrow. Are all these his? Yeah. Did you get fired last week? Huh? Hadley what?
The brown Swiss and the blue.
Hadley took him. Hadley take him. Good for her.
I'm glad I fired him.
No kidding. I knew he'd get old enough to fire him one of these days. He's fired everybody else. 35 cents a pound. 40, 5, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. 90 internet. Dollar. You crazy? Sold 90 on the internet, Withrow. Both of them are lame. Bound to be lame. Dollar bill, 5, and 105, and 105, 10, 105, 10, 15, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 160 internet, 160. Terry, 150, 9.
Carry 9.
Havers. Dollar a pound. $1.10. Letting you bid. $1.10, 20. 120 up high. 120. 110, 20. Here's a bargain. 110, 120. Sold 110. Withrow. Hey, them pretty good Hereford steers. A little bit lame right there. $2. $2.05. At 205. Better get that 205. Better get that. Long ways from $3, guys. And 205. $1.50. $1.50, 60. $1.60. $1.60. $1.60. You're out of pie. 70. Sold $1.60. Withrow. Red Angus. Red Angus bull, $2, 2.5, and two and a half, and two and a half, better get that 2.5, better get $2 bill, here's two there, better get $2, and $2, better get that $2 here, better get that 2.5, 5, and 205, 7.5, and 7.5, you're out now, 10, 210, 12.5, 212.5, 15, 17.5, 217.5, Scott, 215, Scott, 1. Come on, man. Oh, I see. Help him, George. Right in the mouth. Huh?
Every time.
Promise you. $2. 205. 205, anybody? Nothing. She just she come in here unknown. They didn't know who she was outside. $2 a pound. 210. 220. We'll find out who she is. 230. 220 30. JH 220. JH 4. Thank you, Jerry.
JH4.
Aren't you proud of him, Todd? Me too. Here's another one we don't have no idea whose it belongs to. George, what do you give? Huh? $2, 10. 210 a pound. 220. 230. 240. 230 40. I'm with Dennis wherever he is.
TD32.
So 230, TD 32. Thank you, Dennis.
Need mail, Antone. Hey, let me check this balance.
Dang, I hope they're good.
Yes.
They are. 3017. 3017. 35 cents a pound. 40. 50. 60. 70. 80. 90. 90. 90 internet. Dollar. Sold 90 cents. Internet. Withrow. Holstein. Oklahoma Holstein. Holstein. Nice effort. $2. Jerry Harvey. Jerry Harvey. Jerry Harvey. I got the last heifer in the world. She's a good one. Someone brought her in. 210. 220. 230. 240. JH 230. JH4. Thank you. Thank you, Leonard, for stopping that story. Now go on. Now y'all go back to talking. Thank you, Todd.
Okay.
Drive careful. Don't get hurt. Will it?
Need any hay? Got this lady wanting to sell hay. Need any hay?
Y'all want to sell any?
Mine.
What does it look like?
It's round.
What's this knob of?
Charlie off of Thielen 31.
Charlie off Thielen 31. 210. 212. 210 12. 210 12. So 210. Shamlin 2. See how quick you reacted?
Elmo. I got this lady wanting to sell some hay, and I told him, I said, you want to buy any hay? You want to buy some or sell some? I said, buy some. What's it look like? Round.
Kind of like medium.
Right.
$2. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. 5. 7 and a half. 10. 12 and a half. 15. 17 and a half. 20. 2 and a half. Sold 220. Chamlin. 2. All right, Jeff Chamlin, what do you start this and at? Huh? Well, look at there. She's thin. She's been on the big rank Bermuda grass all summer, Jerry. Dollar a pound. My goodness, yeah. $1.10. 110. 120. 120. Withrow, you gonna let that happen? $1.20. Me too. Sold $1.10 Terry. Straight. Probably gonna die. Tomorrow. You got any tomorrow, Jerry? Jerry, you got any tomorrow?